Hey guys, oh well, it's already starting. I've had a hard time keeping these lights off. So, I give people a chance to come in. I tried to come on as early as I can. It's super hot and my eyes are like hurting really bad. I don't know. So hopefully we have a little more people than this. I know people might not think it's going to be fun, but I'm hoping to make it fun, and hopefully we'll add some EVP stuff in a little later. Hey guys, welcome. So hopefully we'll give people a chance to get here. I don't know. This is kind of just an idea I had this morning since I'm kind of really tired from everything that's been going on. Just wanted to update everybody on things, talk about a few stuff. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Good evening. I don't know if it's really people's cup of tea, but it's kind of how I got started. Just a little bit about it. The astrology on it, because I found out recently. I'm holding. I'm smart sometimes, and I kind of just ran extension cords everywhere, so that's how we're on right now. I don't have things fixed yet. These lights have been going on all night. I haven't even been, and I got new lights too, so I haven't been able to really keep them off. I did the balls right there, but so it may be an active live. And my cat, like, I'm even a little bit later because my cat decided, oh, let me knock over her whole energy drink everywhere. So I had to clean that up and got knocked all over my desk. That was Ezekiel's fault. Gosh dang it, what the heck? This is a new light. A little sensitive, are we? So I'm just gonna give people a chance to come in, because I know it's like last minute. Like I said, I tried to kind of, I wasn't sure if I was even gonna really be able to do this tonight, but it's the day, so it's after what happened this morning, I feel like it's important. But I don't know why the heat makes my eyes. I've been having such a hard time with my eyes hurting. Yeah, I hope so. I hope it'll be a fun, enjoyable live. It won't just be about that. Like I said, we might bring some EVPs in. We're just going to kind of see how it goes. I wanted to kind of show you guys the astrology chart and how this situation of mine played into my astrology chart and caused me to open up to this part of my life. And I'm sure we'll have spirit come in. We'll try the spirit box. I'm going to talk to you about some things that have been happening lately that's kind of crazy. Life has been a little nuts lately. So hopefully I have more than 16 people. This is last minute. I've been trying to, I was like, I should have set this earlier in the day, but I was like back and forth on if I was going to do it because I'm pretty tired. I'm like wore out. That's why I'm not doing questions tonight. Hopefully tomorrow, but I don't know what my cat has done to that air conditioner. It keeps going on and off though. So yeah, the only reason and there's something funny about this name baby girl too. That happened this morning. I don't know, I wonder if Lizzie fell asleep. She's supposed to be here. I've been having a problem with my eyes, like, I think last year a little bit, but this year, like, my eyes just feel, like, dry or something. Um, Sorry to hear that, Luann. Yeah, Memorial Day weekend's always kind of a tough one. Yeah, this may not be a very big live. I just didn't want to like kind of repeat myself about what we're doing tonight. So hopefully it's fun. And if it's not, then I'll get off. But I ran this idea by some people this morning, and I haven't actually done anything on this day in quite a while. Like quite a while, like years. I used to do stuff every year, and then I just kind of stopped. But 12, it's just a number. It's just that one of those numbers. And it's hard to believe, sometimes you think back and you're like, man, where did time go? Like sometimes it feels like a decade ago, like a really long time. It was a decade ago, but sometimes it feels like a really long time, and sometimes it feels like it was like just yesterday, but everything's really fuzzy and blurry. That's just how sometimes these things play. But it was because of this situation that I'm able to help others, and I think that's why I've kind of gotten through it, and why it was kind of a big part of my growth. It's literally in my astrology chart as like a rebirth. So, without the situation, I wouldn't have came to where I am currently. I wouldn't have helped as many people as I've helped. I wouldn't have the gifts that I have because I wouldn't have opened up to it. I was a very different person before all of this happened. And I wrote a book about it. It's you guys can always find all my links, including the book and everything, in the link tree. Hey Sheila. And so that's usually in the description box below, or also I have now added it to like the about me part where I changed that up as well, and kind of what this channel is about. So, I like to switch it up about this channel. I like to educate. I like to I know that a lot of people can really kind of learn from other people's experiences, and I feel like we go through a lot of things so that we can be compassionate towards others and teach others. The book does have 5 stars on Amazon. A lot of good reviews. I actually had it picked up by a publisher, but it's one of those publishers like you have to pay, and I ended up not being able to afford it. So maybe one day that'll get done, but as of right now, it's just on Amazon. So we wrote that book together, and I was given the idea to write that book in order to kind of help people understand the other side, addiction, how people make mistakes, but they're not the same on the other side. Kind of what I teach you guys about soul contracts, and working with Ted. And I know a lot of people don't understand that, but we're not who we are in life. Like we all have roles that we've got to play. And he played an intricate role regardless of the stuff that I went through with him. He played an intricate role as to where I am today. Without going through that kind of stuff and without going through that whole situation, I would not have found my gifts. I would not have found my calling, because before this, I was sort of kind of just fumbling through life, not knowing where I wanted to do, what I wanted to do, going, from one kind of job to the next. And I never ever thought that, this is what I was going to be doing with my life. Has it been hard and a struggle? Yes, because you have to prove yourself every day. But in the end, there's lots of readings and lots of clients and lots of things that happen that make me realize why I do this. To see people's growth and their experience. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. And I lost my train of thought. I'm tired, so if I get a little spacey, I do apologize. I tend to do that. So yeah, before this, I was kind of all over the place. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I didn't until my Saturn return. And a lot of people's Saturn return is tough. Some people pass away on their Saturn return. Some people unalive themselves on their Saturn return. Some people just have a really hard time getting through it. And some people don't have that hard of a time. Saturn return is 29/30. Some people are arrested during their Saturn return. Some people, I think, something about, Brian Kohlberger was right before his Saturn return. So everybody's journey is sort of different in those terms. Yeah, I like to do actually when I was going with the publisher company, I was wanting to do an audio book. So maybe one day, but as of now, I just saw a flash. These lights kept going on and I couldn't even barely come on here without every time I try to do something, they come on, I have to turn them off. So I was like, maybe they're a little too sensitive. I did turn them a little bit, so we'll see if they're sensitive enough now. But hey Lizzie. Ouch, I keep hitting my damn elbow. So yeah, prior to this, well, I don't know if many of you guys, I've talked kind of a lot about this on different podcasts and whatnot. I spoke about it on Lights at Midnight podcast in their very last episode. It's like a 3-hour live, or a 3-hour recording, but it's so fun. Like, you can walk around the house and listen to it. I actually listened to it. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, please put all messages just so it's not just top messages so that you guys can all see the chat. My mind keeps going freaking blank. Which usually happens with spirit, but this light went on. So, we can thank my life experience for me being here, because when I was about, I had a lot of things. We all have our own life experiences. We all have things that we're supposed to go through that make us who we are, right? I'm in no way who I was, a couple years ago, even 10 years ago, 12 years ago. We are all growing, we're all evolving, and we should be growing and evolving with life and life experiences, right? So when we're kids, where I went through a really hard breakup with my son's dad, and, doing all the things that 21-year-olds do. I had something really kind of happen in the military that I didn't tell a lot of people about. And that was something that I tried to ignore and blame myself for when it was not my fault. And not until a therapist told me, years and years ago to report it. By then, I didn't remember anything about the person. So, I had that experience. Without going into too much detail on that, I went through, the breakup with my son's dad. That was tough on me. You know how tough your first love is when you lose your first love, and everything like that. So that was tough. And sometimes, when you're 20, 21, you're drinking a lot. So I have to look back on my life and say, wow, how did I make it this far? How am I still alive, seeing how the world is now? I have to say I'm a lot smarter, especially being in the true crime community, than I was at 20 or 21 and 22. I'm sure that many of you can relate to that. And just because people are Christians does not mean they're perfect. And we're not supposed to be perfect. We're supposed to learn lessons. That's what we're supposed to be here for. So I think everybody can kind of relate to those years. Yeah, I was in National Guard for about 8 years. That was in a training time. So I always say that I put myself in the situation and blame myself for a really long time. But I feel like I had PTSD from certain parts of that. that I had to work through and get through. But, it's one of those things where now, should I have said something? Probably, because probably the person probably did more things as time went on. But when you're 20, 21, 22, you're made to believe, things are kind of the way that, your fault or whatever it may be, without going into too much detail there, because I don't really want to go to full detail on that. Then we go into where prior to having my son, where I had this experience of I had this little Shih Tzu, best dog ever. And he was the only dog I had at the time, and he was laying on the end of the bed, and he was barking. There was a lot going on. I didn't live in a really good part of the neighborhood. I was a little scared that night, and so the dog was like staring at the door, barking. Things were going on outside. I was like kind of freaked out because I'm a young girl living by myself, and I finally drift off to sleep. My dog kind of crawls up next to me and lays down, and I woke up. I don't know if any of you guys have ever had experience. I mean, I was awake, my eyes were open, and I saw this glowing figure, and it was gold, and I swear it was like an angel. That's what I want to say it was. It looked like an elfish angel, like just all gold. Because I can go back to it now and remember what it looked like. Even it was that touching, of an experience, and one of the major experiences that I've ever had. And handed me this necklace. And prior to this, I had just lost my grandma, who had raised me. That was my very first big loss. Hey, you know what? Like I said, everybody has their own experiences that they learn through life, as long as we're learning, evolving, and growing. So this angel figure, I don't know if it was male or female. It looked almost like childlike, and it was just glowing gold. And it handed me this necklace, and I literally set up and, reached out to take the necklace because it was that real. And that's like a moment I'll never forget. From then on, it was almost like, here's the start to something later on. I had experiences when I was younger. I can't remember a lot of them. I used to feel like I was being watched a lot. I don't remember a lot of my childhood, honestly, when I go to think back of like if there's any spiritual experiences and whatnot. So I'm trying not to get sidetracked by the chat, because that happens to me a lot. And anyways, so about I was like 29. I think it was about 29 when I met him. And it was a kind of situation that I would not normally do. It wasn't something I was looking for. I don't know if any of you guys have ever met anybody where it's like just an instant attraction, instant magnetic connection, before you really find anything out about them. I would comment in on somebody else's Facebook profile, and he had messaged me off of that, and we began chatting. And that's kind of how it started. It was one of those things where we talked all the time, every day. And, after talking for a little bit, he kind of told me, and I don't even know if it was the truth or not, but I always tell people we're supposed to meet people for a reason. There's always a path with it. There's always lessons with it. Even if it's a good path, even if it's a bad path, even if it's an abusive relationship, sometimes we have soul contracts with those people in order to teach us, to help us grow, to help us learn. And literally, this is in my astrology chart for this to have happened. And if we were to look at my astrology chart and this didn't happen, then it would be like, well, we need to, like, if my chart was a crime chart, there'd be a problem here. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I talked a lot about this in my book. I don't want to tell you guys too much because I want to sell my book, right? So he told me he was on the inside. But normally back in the day, that would have been like, okay, I'm out. I'm done. But it was one of those like you can't let him go. That like connection where I was trying not to be judgmental. I was trying to look past it, and I had that sort of connection to where it was like, oh, here's dipping my toe into something that someone or something that could be dangerous, but can you stop how you feel? A lot of the times, probably not. That's probably why a lot of us end up with certain people in our lives, right? Um, there's just sometimes you just can't stop. And learning after his passing that we were twin flames, it makes complete sense now. Twin flames are somebody that they come along when you're not on your path. And by going through the twin flame experience and by having happened what happened and all of that, it put me back on my path. Had not going through it, I would not have found my way to where I am now to help the people that I help and my gifts and whatnot. So I think we've all been there where we've had that kind of magnetic connection to someone. And if you haven't, you may one day. Whatever's meant to be will be. Everybody again has soul contracts with people for various reasons. And it was this whirlwind romance. I had never been like that about anybody before. I was usually very smart. I was usually very, like, I wasn't one to fall over head over heels really fast. But, I mean, we probably talked about, I don't know. I don't even know how many hours out of the day. It was all the time. There was just no end to the conversation. Yes, the bad boy energy. And I mean, if you look at him, it's one of those things like probably the hottest man I've ever seen in my life, along with the connection and everything. Like it was something, although I tried to deny myself of it and I tried to not go that direction, I couldn't help myself. So because it was a path I was supposed to walk. And if we think about it, if I would have walked another path, would I be here in this same situation today? Probably not. I mean, would I be able to help all the people that I help and have my gifts? Probably not. I had to go through that situation with him, which is what I try to teach people about soul contracts and things like that. Like everybody has a role they have to play. Now, have we been that way in every one of our lives? Probably not. We've had good lives with people. We've had other lives with people, but all of our lives we're supposed to learn, grow, and have karmic things with. So, we talked and talked and talked and talked. A lot. I mean, I have never talked to anybody like that since. Like, you would be surprised considering where he was, how much we talked. It was either letters, it was phones, it was text, it was, I mean, I got myself in trouble at work because we were talking so much. So, even after he was out, we would talk. If I was at work or whatever. That's just who we were. We could communicate like that. We just had that connection. And I get a lot of love letters and whatnot, which, it's probably all love bombing as part of the human thing when anybody's trying to get a girl. And I was young. Like I said, I was young. Right? So, I have to say that when I first started going to see him, like it was quite an experience. Going through what you have to go through, like, to see somebody on the inside. It was quite an experience, and it was something that, like, again, I would have never done or ever thought I would do. Like, it's not like you ever plan to fall in love with certain people, but again, soul contracts, something you can't help. We're meant to meet who we're meant to meet. So I have to say that the love was real and strong, and the first time that I met him, that's when the first time I saw him, the earth moved. I'd never had the earth move like that at any other time in my life. I don't know if anybody's ever experienced that kind of feeling when your eyes, you know, link up. Think about it, Meek. Come on. When your eyes link up, how you feel about someone when the world just stops, or let's say everything else seems to stop and you're spinning. I don't know how else to explain it. Earth moved, earthquake, that kind of feeling. So that's probably all I'll go for about that. Because again, I want to sell my book. But I don't want to go into completely everything. But from then on, we had a wild ride. I have to say, when he was sober, he was probably one of the best people I've ever met. As far as loving, caring, and kind. But we all know, or I mean, a lot of us probably know, probably not everybody's experienced somebody with addictions or alcoholism or things like that, and where they come from. You know what I mean? So sometimes people's addictions and things come from their past. His mom unalived herself when he was very young. He was on the streets at a very young age. He was taken in, I believe, by how do I say this? Men that are in a group that want to reel people in and make them feel like they're part of a family or a brotherhood, you know? No, it's fine. Yes. So like I said, if you want to know more about it, you can read the book. But that's what I'm telling the story of. Not in my imagination. No, this is a real person. When we think about on the inside, what are we thinking about? We're talking about bad boys and things like that. So he had kind of a tough life. Like I said, I feel like he had been, and he didn't tell me a lot of this stuff. This is just stuff I kind of figured, as far as like being taken in by a group of males that were like a gang that kind of take advantage of people situation that are maybe stuck on, don't have a family or whatnot. We all know how easy it is to fall into traps. He was one that tended to fall into traps with people where he'd be doing really good, and then people would come into his life and he would fall off the wagon. So there was, like I said, when he was normal, when he was sober, we had a wonderful time. And when he was not, that was a totally different situation. It's light and dark. And I don't know if you guys realize, but a lot of times when people drink a lot or they have other kind of issues, which I was blinded to a lot because I was in love. How you kind of ignore red flags, did that. You're always wanting to be the person that can save them or change them or see the good in people and hoping that they would get help and you would be the one to help them. I'm sure that a lot of us have experienced situations like that. And if you're missing, you can always rewind, because I've kind of went into the story. I kind of don't want to repeat myself and backtrack because I'll throw myself off. So yeah, or it was a bumpy road. Now, twin flame relationship, that's how they are. They're chaotic. Thank you, KJ. Yeah, so anybody that's in, about maybe 1 or 2% of twin flames aren't chaotic because their souls are ready. But again, a twin flame, it's not really ever harmony. Okay. The love is there, the attraction is there, the magnetism is there, the obsessive feeling of love is there that you can't get away from. That's why you always have a runner and a chaser. He was the runner, I was the chaser. Hello, JR. And yeah, so that's, like I said, up and down relationship. Learned a lot, but again, not going through that, I probably wouldn't understand anybody else that had gone through situations like that. Like I said, I feel like people that have gifts and whatnot, that we have to go kind of like I did that with the balls. We have to go through kind of the ringer, to have compassion for other people and to understand other people and to not be judgmental. And I think the reason why I'm not judgmental for a lot of people a lot of people's paths and whatnot, is because I truly believe that we come here to learn and grow and evolve, and there's always a good guy and a bad guy, and there's always a role that we play. Like, we're on a stage. When you watch movies, there's always a good and bad guy. We might be doing questions tomorrow. Soulmates and twin flames are different. You can only have one twin flame, not multiple twin flames. You can have multiple soulmates. A soulmate can be anybody that is, and this is just from what I've learned in my opinion. So there's people that think about this differently. Soulmates can be friends, they can be animals, pets, they can be family members. They're not always something that's love, and we can always have multiple of them. They're more harmonious and tend to last and tend not to have the chaos. Twin flames, again, come in at a time when we are off track and need to get on track. So I met him at a time where I was not going on the direction I was supposed to go, and he came in, had all this chaos, and I was thrown back onto my path. Again, without him, I wouldn't have been able to be on the path that I am, to do what I do. I would not have came in this direction. So again, twin flames is more obsessive, magnetic, chaotic, up and down. So a lot of it, I've noticed the men are abusive or have alcohol or drug problems a lot of the times, not always, or mental health problems, or things like that. They're running from the connection as well. So again, it's more of a chaotic situation, a something that comes into your life where it has to put you back on track by having it happen. So that's kind of the difference between soulmates. So you would want to marry a soulmate, not a twin flame. A lot of twin flames don't have, if they get married, they don't stay married. A lot of twin flames, one of them passes. It's usually, I've noticed, it's the male. There's always a light and dark with twin flames. So it's like a good, like a yin and yang. So the symbolism for twin flames is yin and yang right here. We got the light going on. Light and dark, which equals balance. Okay. So two sides of one coin. How else can I explain this? And just because we're in an abusive relationship, or we are with people that have addictions, or does not mean that it's a twin flame thing. Okay. Not everybody will meet their twin flame in this life. It doesn't mean we have not met them in another life. We might not always have them in this lifetime, but they will guide us from the other side. A lot of times when twin flames pass away, they can become a guide, which Rocky is with me. So that's kind of, again, light and dark energy, yin and yang, they balance each other out. Kind of a lighter. So I was the light and he was the dark. And you will also have dark beings that try to attack the relationship, because one happy twin flame couple is as much enlightenment as if all of Europe attained enlightenment. That's what I was always taught by my mentor. So the dark does not want that to happen. It's too much light. And usually twin flames are also gifted in some sense. My gifts came when I met him. I started to get very intuitive and psychic, and I would always tell him, hey, this is going to happen. Hey, that is going to happen. And he'd come home and be like, how did you know that? Like, my friends think I'm crazy, but you knew that was going to happen before I did. And that kind of happened when I met him. It wasn't really there before. He was I feel like he was Native American, and I feel like he was very gifted, kind of a spirit walker. But I feel like that may be another reason why he did what he did. Lizzie didn't go to bed till 4:30 because she's talked to me all night. That's my fault. She's been trying to help me. So I told her she could go to sleep tonight, but I don't know if she wants to be here. So yeah, that's kind of how a twin flame relationship is supposed to go. You're supposed to learn and grow from it, and it's not always, it's not supposed to be like happy sunshine rainbows. Okay, that's not how the twin flame thing is supposed to be. I wish it was, because, like I said, it's a very magnetic, obsessive feeling. You will never feel a love like that ever again, and the sexuality of it as well, not to get too into that is nothing like you'll ever experience in your life. It's very different than any other person you'll ever be with. Like your souls become one. I think I'm getting a thumbs up on that. It's it's very earth moving and earth shattering. Sorry, I did the balls when I touch the lights. If I move this, it'll make it go off. But the light I did not do. So again, it was supposed to happen this way, regardless of how I met him. I was supposed to meet him that way. Okay. So it's an earth shattering, earth moving relationship. And it's one that you cannot run from, no matter if you want to or not. You are supposed to go through it. And whatever is supposed to happen will happen. So twin flames is not a harmonious relationship. You know, you have a lot of people that say, oh, I've met my twin flame. I've met my twin flame. Most people have not. And it's usually, again, not that lovey-dovey relationship. It's the one that pulls you way down. But that doesn't mean the love isn't real. The love is still there. It's a soul connection. You share a soul. Twin flames share a soul. That's what they say. They say they were split when they came to Earth, and they share a soul. So they mirror one another. That's what twin flames are about. The balls was me, but the lights were not me. The lights were not. The lights were not, but when I turned off the light, the balls went off. Yeah. So, he, so his passing, prior to his passing, I almost left the earth. Like literally the day before, and this all happened on Memorial Day weekend. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, it is one of the worst experiences you will ever go through, but you will never feel that kind of love again. I don't know. It's like you have to, like, it's like light and dark. Like, you have the love, but then you have the chaos, like chaotic love. That's the best way that I can explain it. It is literally, I like to say Romeo and Juliet, or I was always told was a good, like, example of twin flames. It's usually always ends in tragedy of some sort. It's like that tragic love, where you have to be together, you want to be together, you love each other so much, but there's things that keep you apart. And you still, again, this was his role that he had to play in my life. So when it was happening and when he passed and everything, I was ticked. Yeah, I was ticked until I understood it. I didn't understand why I ever felt the way that I felt with him. I didn't understand why I was so drawn to him, why there was this magnetic thing, why I couldn't get away no matter what, like, no matter what happened, why I always forgave him, why I had this deep love for him, even though he was very much darker than I was and into a lot of the darker stuff. And we won't go into all that because there's stuff I found out after he passed away that's like, whoa. And I didn't understand it, when he was here. I just knew that I was going through this situation and I was wanting to save him from it. And no matter what I did, it wasn't working. But it had a lot to do with, again, addictions and whatnot, and the dark. And he did have a dark entity that was attached to him. You can see it in some of the pictures that he got from where he was at prior. So that surely didn't help, and I had to deal with that entity after he passed. So again, attachments can cause people to drink and do drugs and do things like that. And yeah, so that wasn't helpful at all either. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it can be anything. It's just chaotic. No matter how much you try to be together. I mean, I'm not, like I said, like I was always told about 1% to 2% twin flames can make it if their souls are ready to come together. But most of the time, it has to do with a lesson you're supposed to learn or to throw you back on track. And again, twin flames are, like I said, it's the most intense thing you will ever feel. It's more of an addiction, obsession, that type of feeling. There are false twin flames that are similar to it. Um, so I mean, there are they call them false twin flames, to where it's very similar, but it's not a twin flame. Yeah, and you don't understand this when you're going through it. You're just going through the experience, right? Um, and regardless through it all, I loved him. I deeply loved him. And it was whirlwind. I mean, I think we were married within um and it rained on our wedding day. Oh, that should have been a sign. Yes, you can. It takes a very long time for you to get over twin flame, and I always felt like if he ever left me and I was here, like I would not want to live. Like that's how it made me feel, and that's why I said I almost left the world the weekend that he passed away. So accidentally though, I had started taking an antidepressant and I had a really bad. I'll always love him. It's not something, it's not something that you ever. And then there no one will ever compare it to a twin flame. They just won't. And maybe that's why I've been single, because no one, once you go through that kind of feeling and love that you have with the twin flame, like no other love can compare. That feeling of love, not the bad stuff. And I tell him sometimes, I'm like, man, I really wish, I wonder what our life would have been like without it. Because we used to dream about, he used to tell me, I'm going to take you to the beach, baby girl. It's funny because I'm remembering that because I totally forgot about that. Because I always wanted to live at the beach. And that was one thing he's always say, like, I want to take you to the beach, baby girl. Um, yeah, I'll go into that, Lizzie, too. So, and I'll go into a little bit of the things he did after he was gone. So I was actually, they took me to the hospital because I actually realized what had happened. And I called him. He wasn't home. Um, he had actually left me. And when he left, because he was thinking things and his family's telling him things, and like I said, he was an addict that I wasn't aware of. And when I dropped him off, I knew I'd never see him again. I just had that intuitive feeling that I would never see him again. And so we had all this chaos with him calling me and causing problems. And like literally, like I said, I started antidepressants. I had a really bad reaction to it. I realized what I had done. I called my friend who was a medical, what is she? She wasn't a nurse, but she was like in the medical field. I had her come over. She called him. They're like, oh, put her in the shower, make her throw up, blah blah. And like not my blood pressure dropped, so she called the ambulance. They took me in. All of this. He was all of a sudden calm, calling the room, seeing how I was doing, saying he was going to come home, he's going to come pick me up, things were going to change. um and yeah, because I was going through hell when he had left. Like, I think what did me in was he I don't even know if it was true, about saying that he had cheated on me and there was some girl there or something. And I think I heard her voice, and that was what like did me in, like made me like kind of not realize what I was doing after that. Like it was all a fog after that. That's why I say whenever people do those things, it's like a reaction. But I had just started a new antidepressant, and I think it had taken me the opposite direction. Because even like I talked to like therapists after that, and they said that can happen. So I think it was a mix of a lot of different things. Yeah, it was tough. Um, and like I was young, like I was in my 20s, and I spiraled. And so then the next thing I know, they held me for like a night, and they let me go because they realized it was an accident. So they took me home. I climbed through the window because I didn't have my keys. I went home, and at that time I was like, you know what, there's an ultimatum here. And the next time he called me, I said, things have to change, or that's it. So I gave him an ultimatum at that time. And when I went back to sleep, I kind of knew something was going to happen. It was like I had talked to him, like he was drinking and he was all of a sudden this different person that I had remembered him being when he would drink, and he was with somebody else that kind of helped him do those, that was always pushing him to like do bad things. And I mean, they were on their way up there to me, so I'm pretty sure that it saved my life, that his sacrifice, and this is how I look at it, his sacrifice of leaving the earth was before he could get to me in his drunken state with his friend that was a very bad person. So I feel like that was his sacrifice. But so that's how I looked at it for a long time, and I was like, you know what? If he would have ever made it home, who knows? People, alcohol, things, they do crazy things when they're in that kind of thing. And so I was very chaotic. I couldn't go to sleep. Then all of a sudden I felt this peace kind of fall over me. And I heard this knock at the door. Man, I jumped out of bed so fast, and there was a cop at my door. And I knew at that moment, and I don't think the cop knew, but he had like blood on his uniform. And so he started telling me, and I was like pissed off at him. And he's like, well, you don't seem very surprised. I'm like, I'm not surprised. So, that's kind of how, and these are just bits and pieces. It's not the whole story. If you want the whole story, the book is a good, this is just like, I'm trying to like summarize it all and not go into everything. Yeah. I mean, I knew, like I said, I knew I would always lose him. When I met him, I knew I would not have him long. That's the feeling I had. Like, I knew it. And there was things he would tell me that was like crazy. And I'm like, is this real shiz? Like, the people I think he was entangled with were like, I don't even want to say it on here, but you never know, because sometimes, like, was he just rambling, or was he like telling the truth about things? And who knows what happened with there's other things that I think that happened in his life that I don't want to go into, that I think brought him to where he was. Like, he was a very tortured soul. And that's why I'm not judgmental of his path, because his path made me who I am. And that was his role that he played in my life. So I'm not judgmental of that. I hold on to the love, and I realized that person that was drinking and acting the way he was acting was not him. I do know he did have an attachment now, so I do understand now why he did certain things, not to mention his past and things like he found his mom. Like, can you imagine the trauma that did to you, And then he's picked up by this group of people that treat him like family, and he's got to do things to fit in and become part of that family. So, and this is not an excuse for anything that he did, because again, those are his lessons, and he had to experience that when he passed away and he went to the other side and he had his life review. He had to go through all the things that he made people feel, all the things that he made me feel, tenfold. And on the other side, he's not who he was as a human. He's dropped all the things that made him be that way. He dropped the alcohol and the addictions and that part of him. So he is the purest part. And he did go to guide school. You can go, especially twin flames, because they're that other half. And plus, spirit knows I always really listen to him. So I do hear him a lot, where I don't hear other spirit. Like, he will pop in my head and talk to me, but he's very, very strong. And when Lizzie says, oh, I can give you an example of that. Last night she's like, I don't know why I want to call you baby girl. And I was like, I don't know, you've never called me that before. And I hadn't realized that it was actually the Angelverssary, like, because it was after midnight, I think. I actually hadn't even realized. But she was like, I don't know why I want to say, like, it's gonna be okay, baby girl. Like, I've known her for a year and a half or something, and she's never called me that. She didn't even know about this. I said, well, I have baby girl on my arm in his handwriting. And because he always called me that. It was never my name. It was always baby girl from the moment he met me and on. That was just his nickname for me. No one else had ever called me that in my life. And that's just what he called me. My name. He didn't call me my name. Yeah, exactly. So sometimes, like I said, these things happen for things to be set into motion. So after he passed away, you know, it was like a lot of stuff was happening in my house. Like doors were slamming and stuff, but I also had to deal with this dark entity that he left behind, where I was getting held down and pushed back in my bed, like my wrists were hurting. Like I was having to deal with that. I had to deal with that, get rid of that, because that it went from him to me. My mom used to always get sick when she'd come to that house. So yeah, and Lizzie was like, it repeated until I said it. And I said, welcome to my world. Things will repeat until you say them. So that's how it all started with that sign. And I'll get into the other sign that happened. Like, I know I wrote about it, but I'll explain it more in detail. But he gave me a lot of signs after he passed. And I had a reading with a medium. I had never been to a medium before in my life. I had never, it wasn't something that I knew about. I was raised Christian. I was not like, I had an open mind, but it was like, what's a medium? Like, what's a medium? I never been to a medium, you know what I mean? But I started opening up. Like, I went to this medium. I had this reading with her. She knew stuff there's no way like in the world she would know. He'd followed her around for like a week to get her to talk to me, and there was a lot of apologies. Like, that's why he was slamming the door and stuff. Like, he wanted my attention to say he was sorry because we left on bad terms. We left with him cussing me out. And that's hard when you have a last conversation like that, where someone is drunk out of their mind and they're cussing you out and they say things that you know that they don't mean. So he came in this reading like, I didn't mean any of that. And she wouldn't have known about that situation before he passed, you know, because that was something I replayed. The other thing I replayed a lot was seeing the accident. Although I didn't know what really happened, it repeated in my mind a lot. Like, I had PTSD at not even ever seeing the accident. I don't even know if that makes sense. Like, maybe what I thought happened. And so yeah, we're, you know, a lot of people might not understand unless you're spiritual and you kind of come to that place of understanding how, you know, again, people play roles in your lives. This was our soul contract. This is how it was supposed to go. Yeah, I have all of his letters and everything. That's the only thing I really do have, is his letters. I think I have like his jacket that he left behind. I don't really have a lot of other, I think I have a shirt. I don't really have a lot of other stuff. I actually had some clothes he had left that I left in a bag that I never took out. Um I did the ball, but I didn't do the light, obviously. Yeah, it was so after that reading, a lot of stuff calmed down. I had a lot of signs. Like, the thing with Rocky is when he gives signs, it's like big signs. And a lot of people, when you go through your spiritual awakening or your Saturn return or stuff, you will have situations like this, you guys. Like, so it's learn and grow, you know. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why a lot of people that are spiritual will have these situations so that they can have compassion. He's strong, because I used to use him to train mediums. When I was running this group that I had, and I was trying to test mediums, I'd always use him. And so if anybody had any sort of gifts, they'd be able to hear him because that's how strong he is, you know. Um but he'd always give like huge, like, his signs are always like in your face signs. And I think I'm laughing so hard he just keeps turning on that light. I think um Oh my God. Is it too sensitive? I don't think it's too sensitive. It turns off. So he's always been really big with his signs, and there's been times where, like, there's only a couple I remember. Like I said, the rest are in my book. I used to write down all the signs. So, whenever we have signs from from loved ones, it's really good to write them down because you won't always remember them. I actually wrote down the sign that I got last night, but I remember when he first passed away. I Well, it wasn't when he first passed away. I had already moved and stuff. I did the balls. I had moved and stuff, and oh yeah, he likes being talked about. He doesn't mind this now because whenever I wrote the book, I got his permission because I was writing it and I was like, how much do you want me to put in here? And he's like, just tell it like it is. Like, this is supposed to help people. It's supposed to help people understand twin flame path, addiction path, abuse path, soul contracts. We're not who we are as humans. So it was supposed to, a lot of people were supposed to be able to relate to it. So he was just like, when he was here, he was very quiet. He was very quiet about his life. He didn't want people knowing about his life. He didn't want, like, even me knowing about it. But when it came down to it, he was like, just tell the story, and I channeled him at the end for his family that'll probably never read it, which is fine, but that's what he wanted to do. Oh yeah, he was like that. He's a Virgo. Um so, he's very different on the other side. If you can imagine somebody that has dropped all their humanity and their addictions and things like that, and they're the most beautiful person, that's who he is. But he's always really big with his signs. Like I said, after he kind of passed away and I had moved and everything, I had this experience where I don't think my eyes were open, but I was laying in bed and it was like I could see. I can't remember if my eyes were open or if I was seeing it in my head. I'm pretty sure my eyes were open though. I was laying in bed and I saw his back. I saw his back, like he was laying next to me, with his back towards me. See his hair in his back, and he had like a really nice back. He had a really nice everything. But anyways, it's hard to it's really hard to ever have anybody come close to that. It's big shoes to fill. And he used to always say that too. He's like, you'll never be able to have anybody compare to me. And it's right in a lot of different ways. So I'd it was like his back was there, right? But the craziest thing was that I could feel like the bed down, like if someone was laying there. That's one thing I'll never forget. Um, and twin flames, they can I don't know if you guys know about like astral relations, but they can do that. That happened a few times after his passing. Um, I've had some dreams, and the very last time that I remember a big sign from him, and like I said, he comes in my head and stuff a lot. Like when I need him, like I'll hear him. Like if I do something really big, he'll be like, "Oh, I'm proud of you for doing that." Like, because I had to learn a lot these last 12 years, like how to do things, like rig it or whatever it may be, put things together. I've been on my own for a long time, so I've had to do things by myself. So, I'm always like doing things like that. And he'll like, say he's proud or whatever. But I was laying in bed and it was like all of a sudden someone was holding me. Like you feel like you're being really really held. Like I had that feeling too. So when he comes in, it's strong. Like none of my other family members, anybody, it's like almost like you will know I'm here and you will not be able to refute any of the signs I give you. They're that type of signs. So like this morning, like not only did Lizzie do that, and I had totally forgotten it was the Angelverssary. Like I totally kind of forgot. Yeah, especially like fixing things and stuff. And I'm sure like the reason why he came to Lizzie is because he's appreciative of her for helping me out, because he's not here to do so. And I think that he's very happy that I have her. He wouldn't have like came to her like that. You know what I mean? So I mean, I've had experiences with my my grandparents, but they haven't been like him. His signs are like, you're not going to miss me. You're not going to sit there and like think, cuz sometimes you'll question it like, is that a sign or is that not? Like he won't let you do that. Like it's so something that you can't like refute. So this morning, like I'm driving. This is for people that haven't seen. It's a little different coming when I explain it like this. So I'm driving and I had just changed the radio station, kind of quit coming in. So I like put on all radio stations and I put this radio station on I never put on. And I don't even remember what music was playing. I think it was like an older song. I keep trying to remember what song it was. I knew it. I was singing it, but I can't for the life of me remember. And all of a sudden I felt these really, really strong like tingles. Like the last couple days, I've had a couple tingles in my head. They call them halo crawls. So that's usually when spirit's touching your head. I had them a lot with Caleb. And like randomly. And I haven't felt like halo crawls or spirit tingles on my head in quite a while. But they were this really, really strong like tingles in my head. Like someone was like going like this to my head, which he was always like that. But I mean, strong, like you couldn't refute him. And all of a sudden, the radio goes out and it says, call Rocky. And then the song comes back on. And then it goes out again when it says Rocky and it says Rocky again. And I'm like, what are the like odds of that? Because like, what the hell are the odds of that? Like, for one, you don't hear a lot of names Rocky on the radio. For it to happen at that exact moment where the radio went out and you could hear his name twice, like, what are the odds of that? I'm like, I started laughing and I was like, oh my gosh, you would do something like that. Like, that's how he is. You know what I mean? Because I've had a rough couple of weeks. I've had a rough couple of weeks. And I know I bitch and complain to you guys, but it helps sometimes. It doesn't mean that I want anything or I need anything. It's just kind of letting you guys know what's going on, because I think a lot of times people too like forget that we're human. But basically going through this, you know, started my yeah, that's true, because I didn't like put it together when I know that it was him when you said it, Lizzie, but I was just like, okay, like that's kind of what he does sometimes. Like if he wants you to say something, he'll say it. Just like if spirit wants you to say something, they'll say it. I'm telling you, my phone probably flew off my car because I had my phone. I don't know. I lost my phone. Then this happened with the electric. I just had to replace $7,000 well a month ago. I still don't have the electric fixed in my house, but I'm able to run I had the idea, and I'm pretty sure it was him, to buy an extension cord to reach from the kitchen into here, because I can't see that it like came out of nowhere. His idea that came out of nowhere. So, yeah, I'm always worrying though. It's not anything new. I'm an Aquarius. My mind never stops. But, without going through that situation, I would not have the compassion that I have towards people or understand the soul contracts. And after he passed away, I met a woman. She became my mentor. She explained to me what twin flames were. She said, you were twin flames. She said, this is why it felt that way. And then all of a sudden, everything made sense, because I didn't know what the hell twin flames were when we were together. I didn't understand, like, what the hell a twin flame was. So she had to explain it to me, and I was like, oh my god, it all makes sense. Like, I couldn't leave the guy alone, and I'm not like that. Like, I'm not obsessive. Like, you know what I mean? And it was like an instant, like I fell in love so hard. I'd never done that before in my life. So it all made sense once I understood what twin flames were and how the relationship is and all of that. Like, it all made sense. And then she told me, she said, you know what, you can start doing readings. So it was like after he passed and I had my Saturn return, I I woke. That was it. So if we think about it, without going through the situation, without ever meeting him, without ever going through the situation, without him passing, I would not have, reached out for a reading and realized this is what I wanted to do, because I didn't know what a medium was. I didn't know I wanted to do that. I didn't know I wanted to speak to deceased people and help people with healing and stuff. I didn't know that. But as she gave me the reading, the thought came to my mind is, I want to do this. This is what I want to do. I want to give readings. How can I give readings? It was there all along. I just hadn't accepted it. And Chastity takes me back to that necklace, and she's like, you need to put that necklace on, because that was you getting your gifts. They just hadn't awoken until, he had passed. And I always say, you'll have to rewind. I can't like go over everything again, so, or go back and listen. But I always say, he can love me so much more in spirit than he ever could here, because being human is hard sometimes. And, sometimes we pick hard soul contracts. Sometimes we pick hard lessons. Sometimes we pick hard life lessons. And let's just say it's been an up and down roller coaster since. But I have to say that, yes, sometimes, like I said, when we get our gifts awakened, it's we have to go through hell in order for them to get awoke. Because 12 years ago, I would have never been like, oh yeah, I want to be a medium. You know what I mean? It's twin flames, but it's a lot of different things. It's like, it's my story and everything. So, I mean, it's on the thumbnail, but yeah, you'd have to rewind it. So yeah, the journey, whether it's with a twin flame or whatever your journey may be, it takes you to where you need to be, and you grow. And I'm not who I was 12 years ago. I learned a lot. I've grown a lot. I'm not even who I was 5 or 6 years ago. It was an up and down battle. And I came to the point where I was grateful to him for, one, saving my life, because he decided to leave and make the sacrifice so that I could live and help the people that I've helped. And without, the book is on Amazon. It's called R&R Love, A Twin Flame Story. You can find it in the Linktree link as well. You're welcome. I hope that you like it. I mean, it's got 5 stars. I hope that a lot of people like it. I've never had a bad review on it, and which I love, because I wanted people to not be judgmental when they read it. I wanted them to understand the journey and the path. That's what it was for, was to teach people and to guide people and to help people understand. And it seems like that's what it's done. I hope. I've never reread it. I'm sure there's some typos in there. But one day it may be published if I ever can do that again. So, but without that journey, without that situation, I wouldn't, again, have the compassion that I have, the understanding that I have, or ever wanted to become a medium. And therefore, I would not have helped the hundreds of people that I've helped listen or communicate with their loved ones and get healing and growth and start on their own, way forwards. So his sacrifice made me survive and who I am now. And I try to go back and look on, who he was as a human being without all the other influences, and who he is in spirit now, because that's who he is on a soul level. Like I said, we're not our humanity. We are never who we have had many lives, and we have been many different people and played many different characters. So I know it's hard to understand, but just like Ted, he hasn't always been a serial killer in every life. Like, that's not how it is. He chose to do that here, and it's a big call. It was a big thing because people will hate him forever for it. But that's what he chose for this path for various reasons. We learned a lot from it, and everybody that was his victim also chose that soul contract. So if you guys have not watched Tragedy by Design and learned about soul contracts, I totally suggest it. But yes, definitely. So I don't know why I had this idea to come on and talk about this, but anyways, yeah, he's always strong with his signs, and he always lets me know he's there. Like, it's one thing that he's always been like that. He's very, very strong in spirit because he was very, very strong in life. Exactly. And probably back in the day before my awakening, I mean, I wasn't a judgmental person. This is on again. I wasn't a judgmental person back then, but I still, like, I understand things now more. I understand soul contracts more. I understand, a lot more than I did back then. And that's all the growth and evolvement that we're always doing, right? We're always trying to grow, learn, and evolve. No matter what our circumstances may be, no one's ever been perfect in their life. No one will ever be perfect in their life. That's not the point of living life. So we're here to make mistakes in whatever capacity that may be. And so I'm not a judgmental person at all. And that's why I'm able to go into cases the way that I am without being judgmental. But I wanted to show you guys, this is literally validated in my astrology chart. But I also tend to attract psychopathic men, or those type of men, unless I mean, I can honor that energy by going someone that's in true crime, or a cop, or an investigator, or something like that. Yeah. Yes, but without losing him, I would not be a medium. You know what I mean? Without his sacrifice. So it had to play out the way that it did. And that's what it like hit me one day. And because I was mad at him for leaving, I didn't understand all of this. Like, I didn't understand why we had such a hard journey. And then one day it hit me. Like, I wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't be a medium. I wouldn't have my gifts. I wouldn't have even wanted to be a medium without losing him. Like, that loss is what made me want to do what the medium did for me. So without that, I wouldn't have gone in this direction. I don't know what direction I would have been in. Because before this, I was just I didn't know what I wanted to do. I never like felt I had a calling. I was always, I did bartending, I did waitressing, I did, what do you call it? Like secretarial work, stuff like that. So without my Saturn return being so hard, which sometimes it is very hard for people, and it literally turns you upside down, I would not be here. And without like him learning, he also had to learn that soul path and that soul journey. So it was also lessons for him, but it was lessons for us together. So yes, the pain of losing him did cause my gifts to open. Like I said, I had gotten that necklace years before. I just didn't know what it was for. It was me taking my gifts, but not completely opening up. So yes, I got called into my purpose by losing him. Tragedy by Design is it's Life to Afterlife series on YouTube. It talks about soul contracts. So if you do not know about soul contracts, it's a very good show for you to watch. I always suggest it if you're going to be a part of this channel to watch Tragedy by Design, because it does teach you about soul contracts and stuff. Because a lot of people, they get very especially when they see me working with Ted and stuff, they don't understand, or they might be judgmental of my path and why I was with him and everything. And so I like to try to explain to people that, we have soul contracts, we have soul paths. There are no real victims on the other side, because we all chose our path, regardless of how hard it may be and how hard it is to understand. And so we chose this path together, and the love is there. Like I said, he loves me. He can love me so much better from the other side. And that I've met with him a lot of times on the other side through meditation and stuff. So we'll always have that connection, and he'll always guide me in this way. No, that's a role that he played. We have many different lives. So think of humanity as a stage where we all play a role. No different than if you watch Ghost Inside My Child. There's lots of proof there of past lives. And again, Tragedy by Design, soul contracts. All his victims chose to go that soul contract with them. We don't hang on to our humanity. That's who we are as humanity, but that's not who we are as a soul level. So just like my husband, yes, and no humanity, because we make our mistakes by being human. There's no negativity on the other side. Oh, well, thank you. That means a lot. Because you chose to go through those tragedies. So, like I'm talking about my tragedy and what I went through, it made me become a medium. But through every tragedy you've been through, it's taught you something along the way. And Earth is not real. So, this is like, if you look at Earth as like a simulation where we come to learn lessons and then we go home. Like, this is like a meat suit, a vessel. It's not forever. We all come here, we learn our lessons, we go back home. So we have to look at this as like a simulation or playing roles on a stage or in a movie. That's how you have to look at life. And you chose all of those. I had like a bump on my elbow. You chose like all of those things that you wanted to go through. Like, you wrote your life before you came here. And even though it might feel hard, you have to remember that you chose that. And your guides were like, "Are you sure you wanted to do this?" And you're like, "Yes, because I want to evolve more." So, tragedy by design, it talks about how there's not really any victims because we all choose to go through those soul contracts with people. In whatever capacity that may be. We're supposed to learn and improve mankind, but the problem is a lot of times I've noticed like humanity isn't like learning their lessons right now. But that's the whole point of Earth. And only the strongest people decide to come here. The strongest souls decide to come here. Earth is not. It's a low level. It's a low vibration. Only the strong decide to come to Earth and experience things. So we can't dwell on our tragedies because they help mold us into who we become. I, again, am not who I was 12 years ago. My tragedy molded me into who I am now. I'm a better person. I'm a more compassionate person. I've evolved. I've grown. And again, I would have never been a medium without it. That's not to say that, okay, because you have a tragedy, you're supposed to be a medium. Everybody has their own path. Whether that be people get into, opening foundations, starting different things in their life, or helping other people. Your life is what you make it in the long run. So I wanted to kind of show you my astrology chart and show you like how this kind of plays into it. Like, it was destined. And I don't know a lot about birth charts, but I'm just going to go over what like I was told about my birth chart from working with my astrologist. So it's not like me totally like reading my birth chart. I'm not going to tell you everything about it. I'm just going to tell you what she told me about it. And so maybe you can understand that this was already destined in the stars. And he used to say, so he always knew we were kind of destined because he used to say we were written in the stars, baby girl. And we were. It was just, it was literally destined. But I always tend to read birth charts like crime charts because I'm trying to learn crime charts right now. And my astrologist friend was like, if I saw this in your chart and I didn't know what you've been through, we would have to have a serious talk. So I'm just gonna like kind of show it. I thought this would be kind of cool to show you guys. And we actually did my astrology chart with Ted's chart because there's actually something in we did all that. So that's in Ted's playlist. There's actually mine and his astrology chart together. That kind of shows. Let's see, is it gonna let me go? Okay, so this is what I want you to pay attention to at the top. Okay, I don't know if you can really see that well. Let me see if I can zoom in. Nope, it only lets me zoom in once. Sorry, it's the best it gets. I might be able to. Yeah, I kind of had a problem. I have a hard time reading birth charts like as they are. So if we look at my chart, I have a lot of public stuff, okay? Because this is what I do for work. I'm very public with things. But if we look at it at this part in Libra right here as my couple, right? We have the moon, which is me. I'm not going to go over all the degrees and stuff except for the 18 and 22 here that you see. We have Mars at 18 degree, which is an evil degree, which would be the male influence in my life, okay? We had Saturn in retrograde at 22 degrees. So that's why my Saturn return was crap. 22 degrees is kill or be killed. Okay. And we have Pluto here at retrograde. All in Libra in the sign of couples. Okay. Basically, and we would think we'd have more in the 8th house because of what I do, but basically because of, and it's all the 9th house. So spirituality, right? Spirituality, or actually, is that 8th house? No, it's the 8th house. It is in the 8th house. This is a 7th house. What the hell? Is this in the right thing? Hold on. I need to make sure it's in the right. She told me I have to make sure it's in the right. Nope, it's in the wrong system. Hold on. That's why it's in the 8th house. Simplicidious system. I have to change the. It's weird though. It's in the 8th house in this one, but it's not. She told me I had to. Hold on. She said I had to be whole sign, which the 8th house makes more sense to me. Okay. See how it moves it over? It's kind of weird. Okay. So it's actually in the 9th house in this one. I don't understand that. So we would have more. We would think we'd have more in the 8th house of death and things like that. Which Eli's moon is in the 8th house. That's literally me as being a psychic in his astrology chart. Like in my son's astrology chart. Yeah, I had to change it. I thought it was already set on that. So, like literally, my son's astrology chart, the moon, which is me, his mother, is in the 8th house, psychic. So he got kind of stuck with that. But anyway, so it's in the 9th house because it's like spirituality and all of that, right? And we have the Jupiter Scorpio in the 10th house, which is like out there in the community. Okay, so it's supposed to be my luck with this work and all of that, but basically, evil man, me, Saturn at 22 degrees. Like, if this was a crime chart, probably wouldn't be alive. You would be looking at this like, okay, a man killed her. But no, in this it means that basically, it's what started my rebirth. Okay, so my awakening, my rebirth, basically going through this with an evil man, the evil degree, as his role played on Earth, was what started my rebirth. Okay. And it's in Libra, which my moon is in Libra anyways, but Libra's justice. Also, the 9th house is justice as well. Okay. So because of the situation that we went through, we got Pluto, Saturn. I mean, come on. Pluto is like widespread destruction. Saturn, my body, 22 degrees. It's all in Libra. So it's all my couple. The 9th house, and again, is spirituality, justice, things like that. Okay. And then the 10th house is what I'm kind of known for. I'm known for doing this type of work out of having this happen. Okay. So that's basically what I wanted to show you in my birth chart. Thought it was kind of interesting. Down here with Chiron in the 18 degree, another evil degree in the 4th house of my home and family. My family is evil. Not all of them, my mom, my aunt, but I've had a lot of people hurt me in my family, take my money, it's in Taurus, which is money. Okay. So they took my inheritance and stuff like that. So that's all in my birth chart as well. And in my 6th house of health, like I'm supposed to be a mother. I'm supposed to have a family and not be a big boss woman. But I do kind of, I mean, I have a family of fur babies, fur kids. That's how she explained it to me. And then, because I'm like reading this like a crime chart. So, and this in Capricorn in my 12th house, well, there's the mental illness in the past, but also my Mercury and stuff is there. I tend to go towards older men, which I did not realize that at the time. because my son's dad is younger, but Rocky was older, and my ex of 5 years is like 11 years older. So apparently I do. Rocky was like, I think 6 years older. So I tend to do go towards older men, and that's right here, and with it being in Capricorn. Um, yeah. So that's basically what I wanted to show you, is that this was already ordained in my astrology chart for this to happen and to bring in kind of the luck, because Scorpio is like mysticism, psychics, the occult, things like that, right? So out of the situation with my marriage and my couple and all of this being in like really hard degrees, it basically, the old me died and the new me was reborn, and I do all of this type of work, and it's in the public in the 10th house. Does that make sense for you? Yeah. So basically, as long as I honor this energy by being with someone that's into true crime or something like that, or is a police officer, an investigator, somebody like that, then I might be okay, because I tend to, she told me, because of where my Saturn is at the 22 degrees killer be killed of Libra, I tend to attract psychopathic men, abusive men, things like that. So that's why I've kind of stayed single, because it's very true. He's not the only one that I've attracted like that. Um, Yeah, it was supposed to be whole house. I don't know what's the difference and why it moves the house over. Yeah, so apparently I'm supposed to be with an older man, because my Mercury is in, or my Venus. Wait, is that my Venus or my Mercury? Hold on, I swear my Venus was in Capricorn, but yeah, my Venus is in Capricorn, so older men. No, wait, my Venus is in Aquarius. That's not right. It's my Mercury. Yeah, that is right. I got these two backwards. My Mercury is in Aquarius. My Venus is in Capricorn. So yes, older men, and Mercury is in Aquarius. That's why I talk fast, think fast. And sorry, I got those two mixed up. My rising sign is in Aquarius. So or my ascendant. So all of this is true. That's why I say like astrology is very true, and I can tell you that from experience. Um but yeah, so my Mercury being in Aquarius, that means fast talker, fast thinker, which I also have the ADHD on top of it. So all of this kind of works in tangent with um like how I channel, because we have to, like, we people that are mediums, like their minds will move really fast. If we think of like John Edward and Matt Fraser, how they talk really fast, like that's just how mediums are, because we're trying to channel, put everything together. But also I have the Mercury in Aquarius, so it makes me a fast thinker and fast talker. It's literally not something I can change. Just saying, okay? Um yes. Well, no, I mean, it can still be bad. I can still attract psychopathic men with my Saturn being there. So as long as I honor that energy by, like I said, being with someone in true crime, or that's why I'm doing this, like, as long as I'm into this, the justice and honoring that part of me, then um I'll be okay. But I have a tendency to attract psychopathic men. So people with addictions, people that are abusive and things like that. So, narcissist. I tend to attract those type of men. But if that's why I've kind of stayed single. So I've had a lot of bad experiences. So it's just better for me to be single, unless I meet somebody that is in, again, like an investigator, a police officer, a PI, into true crime in some way, something like that. that I'm honoring that kill or be killed energy. Does that make sense? And literally it says I have an evil family that's taken money right here in the Taurus. So just saying. Ain't that the truth? Oh, this light's on again. These are the new lights. So it's literally like all this stuff is true about me. I'm sure that there's more you can read into your chart. But I actually did my own chart when I was taking astrology, but shoot. Can't not remember. Yeah, exactly. So vibe attracts tribe. But yeah. So yeah, that's why I have like the whole like the Jupiter's supposed to be like doing this stuff. The occult and stuff is supposed to be like my luck. It's in the 10th house again of like out in the public, like doing this type of work and being out in the public with it. But as long as I honor that 18 and 20, like as long as I honor that 22 degrees, because my Saturn's there. So then I'll be okay. But that's why I kind of like stay away from everybody. I need to ask her about this part because I don't really know about my part of fortune and being in Gemini like that. Man, my ascendant's barely in Aquarius. Or I mean my Mercury's barely in Aquarius. So yeah. So I just wanted to kind of show you guys that and show you that it was in my astrology chart. That's where it was. But like she told me, she's like, it literally plays out in your astrology chart that this is how you came to your rebirth. So it had to happen. There's no getting around it. Literally in my chart, literally a part of my path. So yeah. I mean, that's basically the story of that. And I have to tell another story of what happened. Yes, I have an Aquarius Sun, Aquarius Rising, and Aquarius Mercury. So I'm very Aquarius, but I also have a Libra moon. I do share a lot of qualities of my emotions and stuff are like of a Libra, and that's justice. Like literally one day when I can afford it, which I don't know if that'll ever be anything, I want to get the Star card and the Justice card on my, because that's Aquarius card and Justice card. So get this. So for like the past 5 weeks, I've been trying to tell my mom that she had a gas leak because my puppy was going in circles, circles, and acting very anxious and stuff. And she didn't want to listen. And I kept telling her, like, you have a gas leak. We called the fire department. The fire department came out. They said no gas leak. So I go to my mom's yesterday because I knew my dog. I knew he was reacting again. Like he needs a job detecting gas. Like he tried to tell us. He tried to tell her. Like he was trying to tell her. And I even told the gas company that. It's like they didn't know, but they literally use dogs to detect gas. They are more sensitive than the equipment. So I go there yesterday and she's fixing a gas leak. The fire department missed it. My dog knew it. I knew it. I knew it was coming from the stove and nobody listened to me for 5 weeks. So I'm just glad it's fixed and it's all taken care of now, but it's like, damn, stubborn. Yeah, it is up and down with me, so that makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, I don't know a lot. Like I said, I'm kind of learning things backwards, so I don't really know how to read much of a birth chart. We just kind of went over mine. That's how I know that. And I'm reading them like crime charts because I'm starting with crime charts instead of birth charts. It's because I want to learn the forensic astrology. So I'm going a little backwards, but it seems to be working out okay. So like I have to learn things by like doing them and seeing them and like relating them, you know? Yeah. Does anybody have any questions about twin flames or anything like that? I can turn on the spirit box for a little bit and then we'll be done. My light's on. And we can try the 2 spirit boxes tonight. I kept saying I hope your house doesn't blow up, but the fire department came and checked it. It's fine. I literally called the fire department. I was like, "You guys missed a gas leak and my dog found it." Like, what the hell? I was like, "That could have been very tragic." And they're like, "Okay." Seriously? Oh, I need to write somebody or something. But because the fire department checked it, I was not listened to. My dog was not listened to. I had to literally beg for an apology. Like, can you like apologize to me now? Because I've been telling you for 5 weeks. Yeah. Then it's like, well, made me feel like I was crazy for 5 weeks. I mean, really, you just have to go off the signs of it. Sometimes, psychic mediums can tell you, but really, you can go into meditation and find out, like, things like that. So, yeah, I mean, just basically learning about twin flames and kind of matching up, you know, that sort of situation. More than likely, if you had a very chaotic relationship and it's kind of like as I described, and that it's very like you can't get away from each other, it's it's obsessive kind of almost, then if it's kind of as I described, it probably was. I mean, they do have the false twin flames, but and again, not everybody's going to meet their twin flame in this life. Some Sometimes we meet them in this life, sometimes we don't. The stars favor you. I don't know what you mean. I don't really know astrology though. Like I said, I don't know how to really read birth charts. I just only know that because of what she kind of told me about it. And like I have a problem. I'm starting to read them as like crime. So I mean, if you maybe read my book, that might help you a little bit. But it always a twin flame is somebody that puts you back on your path. So it comes in like a wrecking ball or chaos to put you back to where you need to go. I mean, basically watching them and seeing what their track record is and seeing if you have like an energy vibe with them, like if you energetically connect with them. I mean, I have some Wednesdays open in my schedule. But I'm trying to like cut off kind of private readings and focus on YouTube and stuff. And it's a trial thing. I'll probably get back to things, but I mean, basically just watching people and see how you feel about them and seeing how accurate they are. That's how, the proof is in the pudding. People that are able to prove themselves, and they should be giving you validation, you not giving them validation. Like, I don't like anybody to tell me crap except for validate. So they should be telling you the stuff and then you're validating, not you giving them a bunch of information as well. So watching people and seeing how you energetically connect and vibe with them would probably be the best way, and then seeing what their track record is and looking at their reviews and stuff like that. Oh, no problem. I try to interact with everybody. I don't know what you mean by work aboard. She's just a friend of mine. She's just somebody that I met through here, and she's just kind of helping me out. One day I'd like to be able to like give her something in return, but yeah, she's just I'm not naming your names because she doesn't want to be named. She's not anybody on YouTube or anything like that. Yeah, people can, I mean, you can always check my schedule and see what's open, you know. Like I said, I left some Wednesdays open. I don't know if they're taken or not already, but it's just hard to like do everything I want to do. Like I'm trying to catch up on everything, house stuff, spiritual stuff, stuff I'm just behind on, without Shiznik. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't summon anybody. I'm not into the dark stuff. It's not something to play around with. I haven't used this in a while. I work with high vibration, not low vibration. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to really find a medium, like I said, read reviews, watch them, see their track record, like see if you connect on an energetic level, because also what people don't understand too is
power on. The Bluetooth device is
I mean, there's lots of people that teach it, you know. There's lots of people that teach astrology. You just have to look. Okay, we're going to use 2 of them tonight. I want to use the necrophonic too. No, he's talking about like dark, like I don't do the dark stuff. We're going to try necrophonic and then we'll switch it over to spirit talker. I really liked it when we did that on the paranormal one. Oh, I have to hook. Hold on, I have to hook this up. I forgot to hook it up Bluetooth. Because it's not my regular phone. No, I don't go dark. So I don't do any of that stuff. I connect to spirit. I do paranormal stuff. I teach. But I don't tap into anything that's of lower vibration, or, you know what I mean? Like, I can bring spirit to me to give a reading, but I'm high vibrational. I work in the light. I mean, I work with dark stuff, but I work in the light. Okay, we only ask spirits of love and light to come in. We protect the space. Now, hopefully I can connect this because I haven't.
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Jaco. This phone is okay, but it tends to freeze a lot. And it was brand new, but I don't know. I think it's just like a cheaper version, cheaper phone. It's not what I'm used to. Is this on? I don't know how to use this at all. We'll see. I haven't used this necrophonic before. Hold on. I don't. Like I said, this thing. I think Lizzie went to sleep. I haven't seen her in a little bit. My voice probably put her to sleep, since my voice puts everybody to sleep. Yeah, I just haven't used the necrophonic before. I usually use the spirit talker, but I'm trying to see. We'll see how it works. I haven't really used this one, so I don't even know if I have it on right. And after this, we'll do this for a minute. We'll do Spirit Talker. I really like this when we did the paranormal investigation, but I don't know how he set it up because I haven't used it. It doesn't look like you Nope. I mean, I do cards. Just crime cards, though. I mean, we all astral project in our sleep. It's not like it's something I could do on a remote view. Yeah, if you watch my videos, I mean, that's what I do. Is this thing work? Is this on? I should have my phone on tomorrow. It's been hard not to have I haven't been able to call anybody or have any text or anything in like a week. Shoot, it's supposed to be 94 tomorrow. Crap. I thought today was hot. Oh, crap. I'm not going to be able to afford my electric bill when this is over. People do. They say I put them to sleep with my voice. I don't get it. I really should do I don't know, read or something for you guys. I can't read very long. I get tired real fast when I read. Is this thing on? It's not making any noise at all. Oh, start. Help if I hit start, huh? I know, I kept her up. It's my fault. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think it's a vibration thing. Any spirits of the light are allowed to speak. We only allow good here. And you can use the Yeah, if you dream in color, usually you're clairvoyant. Oh my gosh, it sounds like it's Rhea, which is my nickname. It's a sign of clairvoyance when you dream in color. I don't understand how people go through this and listen. Oh, really? Because all my visions are in color. I couldn't imagine having black and white visions. That would be weird to me. I don't ever have anything in black and white. I mean, things can be dark sometimes. No, it's just a sign of clairvoyance. It doesn't mean like you're full clairvoyance, but hope these things were like maybe too sensitive before. I hope I didn't make them like less sensitive. Not sensitive enough. I'm gonna double check them. Are you guys hearing anything? I mean, it's hard to listen to necrophonic with earphones. No, this is like a regular spirit box. That's why. Like you literally you have to listen with earphones and sometimes slow it down. This is how real spirit boxes work, though. Oh, good catch. I didn't see that. And lights. After I messed with them. I got new cat balls, so. Good catch, Sheila. I didn't see it. Okay. I'm going to put on Spirit Talker. Those are hard. I'd like to be able to do like a video with that one. And like, I need one of those cool speakers though. Those portal speakers. You're welcome to touch the balls or the lights. Trigger objects. We'd love for you to touch the bear. That'd be awesome. That blue one's still on. I didn't fully turn that off, I don't think. Hey. Shh, it's okay. Hold on. Oh. It said, shall I make noise? Sorry, I had it on mute.
Wrong area.
What's in the wrong area? She did go off at the paranormal house though. I need to edit that video. There's some really cool that was so crazy because I felt like super nauseous and then like something went by me and then the EMF or the REM pod went off. I need a regular REM pod. I need a regular REM pod and a regular EMF. Calm down, Gidget. I opened my soda and she about freaked out. My Christmas tree's dying. I gotta get my spray bottle. The dogs are barking outside, of course. Who's here? You guys can, if you instead of making noise, you can touch the cat balls or the trigger objects. Right?
Quiet.
No, they're probably barking at whatever is outside. Who knows? Who are you telling to be quiet? Are you telling the dogs to be quiet?
I can protect you.
Okay. I'll take protection. What was? I've never felt nauseous like that on an investigation before. Like that's how strong that energy was. It like made me like I got dizzy and nauseous, and then the REM pod went off. Like
You
someone
see us.
went by us. No, I don't. But if you want me to see you, you can touch the cat balls behind me or any of the lights.
Terrifying.
What is? I don't know. Lizzie was just like totally blown away. She's like, I never call you that. And like, it would
Thomas.
repeat until I said it like over and over. I knew someone with the last name Thomas. That's what made me think of that. I don't know. But they're yeah, we haven't had very much eventful nights with the cat balls. But I did get some new ones. So they're a little more sensitive. The new lights seem to be kind of sensitive if I have them on the right, setting. I'm getting tired, so probably not going to do this too much longer. I always say that, but
My name is Anna.
hi, Anna. It's okay. It's all right. It was like Anna. Yeah, I kept getting Anna. Caleb's reading was weird, but I mean, the astrology matches. I don't know how it makes sense if he was seen under the bridge, but I did want to walk across somewhere. I don't know. Like barefoot, that's just weird. Like originally I thought, well, he's barefoot, he may be high, fell in the water, but I mean, especially with his astrology chart, I don't know, unless we're reading it wrong. But it was weird. Weird. We're gonna do Madalena.
I want you out.
Excuse me? This is my house. My house. So you don't cause me problems. We don't take that here. I'm the boss. Me. Yeah, and I have Noah's astrology chart too already done. I haven't looked at it yet. But I asked my friend today because she's like, I want to do Noah next. And I was like, I know. I'll get to it soon. And I was like, but was he streaking or something? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, oh, okay. I don't know what that means, but yeah, I'm the boss. My house. Me. You don't allow any of that here. I know I got to do some cleaning and cleansing in my house. That's another thing I need to do. So that's why I'm like I'm trying to make time to do all this other stuff. Just can't do it with private readings. I pray it's right. I had someone come on.
Army.
I had someone come on and say, you're tarnishing his name. I was like, how? Because of weed and mushrooms? Like, okay. What kid doesn't do that? Give me a break. I mean, Caleb was coming in really strong the second time I channeled. I know. And someone was like, you're tarnishing his name. I hope you're right about the D's. And I'm like seriously, dude? For one, did I ever say there was anything wrong with it? For two, that's like normal. Like I said, if he didn't want me to say it, like he wouldn't have showed me that or told me that. Hello? I just deleted the comment. So annoyed at dumb comments. Yeah, the light and the cat balls, it was nuts.
Cave.
He's strong because there's Cave again. Somebody came came in the chat and they're like, Rachelle, you look tossed. Dude, I'm telling you, I have never. What the? Okay. I don't know if that was like a surge thing because of everything I've had. Did you guys see that? My lights just flashed, and I have to hit the button for that. Hold on a second. I had to turn off my air conditioner. I have these lights that are like you have to touch the button to turn them on. You can't really see them. I am staying. You can't really see them, but they're like what are they called? The strip lights, right? The strip lights, they just flash. The strip lights flashed.
After.
Army. There's a girl that I was thinking about working. Did you guys see that? She was unalived. She's in the army. What was her name though? Yeah, I don't know if it was because of the air conditioner, but the air conditioner was already going. But those have never flashed. Like you have to hit the button to turn them on. So that kind of tripped me out a bit. I don't know. That's something Rocky would do, but Caleb's pretty strong too, according to, I mean, obviously during his reading. But that's something Rocky would do too. So, did you guys see that army case? What is her name? There's like a $50,000 reward right now because they have no idea. I was thinking about doing that case for some reason.
We will touch you.
Okay, just be nice. Anyways, in Caleb's, I felt so like I don't know if it was drunk or high or what the hell it was. Like you guys can totally like look at me and tell like that I looked. I've never felt like that messed up in a reading before. In between that and my headache, and then I got nauseous. It was nuts. Like it was
Silent.
just too much. Hey, who are you telling to be silent?
She scares people.
But yeah, the light strips flashed. I've never had that happen. I don't know though. It could have been my air conditioner, but I already had the air conditioner on. So I don't know. I did that. This light looked like it was barely on. Yeah. See? I'm glad you noticed I was slurring because I think I did that in Micah's too. But I felt like I was slurring, but in his I felt like I was messed up, dude. I was so messed up. I never felt that messed up before in a reading. I was struggling in the beginning because I was like, oh my gosh. I feel like I went and had like 10 margaritas and smoked something. You know?
I had an accident.
Yeah, I was definitely in Caleb's. It was bad. Yeah, my light strips that light strip's never done that before. I think that was spirit. I want to say that was spirit because I think he was a little, yeah, I do too. Because I'm telling you, like, you could tell I look tossed, and that's why, like, I swear to you guys, I didn't do nothing. I don't need to do anything when I tap into people that have. But yeah, like, you literally have to touch the button to turn it on. I don't know where my remote is, but yeah, I mean, bug just flew in my eye. That was crazy. Yeah, I've never had that turn on like that. You have to push the button. I had an accident. Who did? Oh, it was beyond that, girl. Oh, maybe. I mean, maybe. Edibles do that to me, too. Hey, what do you have there, buddy? I might hit the... Give me that card. Bad dog. Something. It was something. Because I was cracking up because she's like, dude, I could... Like, you look tossed. It's like, I was. I was.
Carpet.
Carpet. I had an accident. Hey, what are you doing down there, buddy? And actually, I'm starting to feel messed up now all of a sudden. I don't know. Sometimes the EPs actually make me tired. I think every time we've done like one of the EVP like this, I've like literally passed out on the couch afterwards. Hey, what are you doing? Quit chewing on stuff. Quit. Hey, hey. Quit. I can't reach it without hitting the... What do you want up here? You're stretching. You're stretching. My little gas smeller. My little gas smeller. You probably saved mommy's life, even though she didn't listen. Okay. This is the hugs he gives me. All right. Okay. Your thing with my ears. Stop. My little gas smeller. Yes. You need a dog. Maybe he could be a good cadaver dog. Because he could smell gas and gas is odorless.
The children play.
Maybe he'd be really good at smelling cadavers. He'd be the first ever chug cadaver dog. Huh. First ever chug cadaver dog. And he just does, he's so sensitive though. He doesn't like tombstone or anything. What are you doing? What are you doing? No, not in my mouth. He's a chug. He's not full chihuahua. He's got pug in him. He's a pug. Chug. He chug. Jim and chug. I swear that he's one of the reasons I got him was because of that gas situation. Like, if I wouldn't have taken him, I would never know.
Something waits.
Oh, he hated tombstone. He's like, give me the hell. And then I've been taking him in store since he was 6 weeks old, strapped to my chest. And now he shakes every time he goes in a store. I don't understand. I know. That's like he should be a firefighter. You know that the firefighters and stuff, they hire dogs like this. Like, I could totally have him trained for gas detection, but I'm just wondering if he can detect gas, what else he can detect. You know what I mean? If I had the money, I'd take him to cadaver class and see if that's something he could do. He could definitely do gas detection. He could earn his keep. Huh. You could earn your keep. Yeah, you can see it more, like, his legs are long, though. Like, they're getting longer, his legs are, but he's got, like, a chug look to his face. Oh, a pug look to his face. He's mom's baby. He's so smart, though. Like, he's literally one of the smartest dogs I've ever had. He's so smart. Like, he whines at my mom's to go outside. He's a good boy. A little annoying in the morning. Kind of comes and licks me like that, but he's kind of attached to me. Like, I don't go anywhere with him. I take him with me everywhere. He's very, like, I can't go anywhere. He freaks out. He's probably like 27 weeks now.
The chair of torture.
Again? Not always come in. Oh, he's like so smart. He's so smart. What are you doing? He's the most sensitive dog, though. Like, none of the other dogs were acting like that with the gas. Just him. Come here. What are you doing? You want down? Say hi. Say hi, baby. I have to click the thing. I know you were comfortable, but I have to click it. Yeah, he's super smart. Like I said, he was going in circles and like really trying to tell us that my mom had a gas leak. Like I have videos of it. Like you could totally tell he was trying to tell her. She didn't want to listen, huh? She didn't want to listen. What I'm saying, if I had the money, I'd totally see if he could do cadaver work. Because I mean, if he could smell gas, you know what I mean? I like astrology
A bad
too.
spirit.
Oh no, no bad spirits here. Any bad spirits must leave. Is that why you're here? What's wrong? I know I have lots of videos of him I want to get up.
Passage.
He's a reincarnated pup. Passage. Want to stay here or you want to get down? Do mommy's baby. What? You want down? Oh, there you go. What are you doing?
There's 5 of us.
5 of you? Who's here? Do you want back up here? What do you want? What do you want? I don't know what you want. Oh, come here. Uh-oh, you're stuck. Come here. He doesn't know what he wants to do. You're being super annoying with my ears right now. Five of us. Who is 5 of us? Oh, yeah. I mean, there's good and bad in everything. I'm sure there was some at Tombstone. If you guys haven't watched that live, it's so cool. I just have to edit like the parts out that the EMF wouldn't stop going off. I mean, only a bad spirit would make me feel like I felt at Tombstone. There's definitely something negative in that work. I don't know how she works there. I couldn't be able to stay back there in the back area because I was getting like I said, when I get nauseous and dizzy like that, I'm not good. You can't make up your mind. I don't know what you want. What do you want? What? 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 Up, down, up, down. She's good. I'll get her out tonight. Hey, you just want up here to get into things. I have some videos of her too, but I want to get some more videos because I always forget to. She's asleep a lot of the time when I hold her by the time I get to her. But yeah, it's a Life to Afterlife series, and it's called Tragedy by Design, but they have also, like, I Died
The
Now
forest.
What. Like, they have, like, a lot of other things. Like, I Died Now What. There's a few other ones on there, but I just call it the Life to Afterlife series, because if you look that up, or if you just put in Tragedy by Design on YouTube, it'll pop up. They also have it on Tubi as well. They have a lot of spiritual shows on Tubi as well. But yeah, it's on YouTube. You used to only have it on Amazon, but you can watch it on YouTube for free. What are you doing? Quit trying to eat things off the table. Or, that's the best soul contract one I've seen, but I'm sure you could probably find some more about soul contracts. If anybody wants to touch the balls or the lights, you're more than welcome to.
Alive.
I'm getting tired. Who's alive? What are you doing? You just want to be up here and see what's up here because you're nosy. You're nosy. You went down now for reals? Are you gonna stay down now? Up and down thing is. He doesn't know what he wants. He gets down and he wants back up.
Communication.
You're welcome, Jules. I don't know if I already put this on there. I feel tired all of a sudden.
Cheers.
Yeah, he wants to get up here and get into stuff. That's what he wants to do. He's trying to get under a blanket right now. He likes to get under the blankets. He loves blankets. And the blanket fell on the floor and he's trying to get in it. I mean, from what I understand, I know one of the signs of clairvoyance, if you look it up, will say with dreaming in color. So, vivid dreams too. But hey, what do you have? That's why he's in the blanket. There's a piece of paper. Where'd you get that paper at? Hold on. Let me go. All it said was my childhood. I need to edit that 7-hour one too. There was a lot of cool stuff on that one. There's a lot of editing stuff I need to do. Editing makes you tired, dude. When I edited Caleb's and stuff and I did all that, I passed out on the couch. I was so exhausted. I didn't realize editing makes you so tired like that, but it definitely does. For anybody that says that people like us don't have real jobs, it is. People will never have any idea. Put a lot of work into stuff. I know, I just had to hate my childhood. Who is this? Editing is hard, dude. It's hard. It gets hard splitting and cutting things, and like, I don't know. It made me so tired just doing Caleb's because I went through and edited some stuff on his, and by the time I was done with that, and then even just editing out like the spirit stuff, I don't know. It's just tiring. Right? Well, it's like saying like hate my childhood because it said hate and then my childhood. So it could be one of the kids that didn't have a good childhood. He just always stands up and tries to get on the dogs like that.
The little girl likes you.
What little girl? Usually how they were in life is how they are on the other side. You know, so if they were really strong outgoing here, then they'll be that way on the other side.
It's them.
I mean, it just depends. Yeah, but some of these might not be on the other side. Sometimes with spirit box, like you said, sometimes you get ones that are stuck. Sometimes you get ones that are on the other side. So not everything you get through spirit box is on the other side. That makes sense. Sometimes it's ghost. Yeah. It is. It's draining. People don't understand. That's why I'm saying, like, I can only do so much. I can't keep up with everything if I do private readings. So I've tried to, like, go, like, try this. I don't know. So far, it's not working out great. But I was tired for a few days. Like, I just needed to not do anything because it's been, like, a year and a half since I really had, like, any time off. So for a couple days, plus I was really tired. I had a couple of healings done, and I feel better, but yeah, I didn't get much sleep last night either. That's my son's dad's birthday.
Big.
My condolences. What do you mean it's them? Thank you. I hope I don't have to hire I hope I don't have to hire an electrician though. We're trying to fix it ourselves, but I couldn't get the panel off today, so I have to hire a handyman to come take the panel off with a drill. If that's what it is. So yeah. Jill. The 21st of May? Sorry, Lindsay, that's pretty new. Yeah, it said jail. Mm-hmm. Waiting for someone to touch the cat balls. We've had one cat ball touched tonight.
Sliced.
Hey now. Hey. What's going on? Chill out. Oh, the puppy's doing Zoomies. He runs around the couch. He wants the dogs to chase him. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That is traumatic. That's tough. So sorry. It's not playtime. Just to them. I have like a bump on my elbow from, I guess, editing? Like leaning forward?
Injury.
That's weird. I was just saying that and they said injury. Not major injury, just a little bump. But this is injury/jail. I don't know. It's just a little owie. I don't understand. I think it's just from leaning forward like this while I do it. It hurts though. Is that Madalena? How do you say her name? The little girl that went missing. They now arrest the stepfather. There's Castle again. What the heck? Yeah, I did go to Tombstone. Yeah, it's on my lives.
I'm angry.
Well, you don't need to be angry. Just tell me what's going on. Nope, not Soto. Koja Kari or Koja not her. This is a little girl. Madalena.
Cat.
Koja Kari? Yeah. This one. Hold on, let me see. Madalinda. He arrested the stepdad. This one. Hold on. I did a reading on it. I just put it in a playlist because for some reason it wasn't in one. It was alive, so you just have to fast forward. I don't even remember what I got on that one, so I might redo it.
You look the same.
Is that Rocky? Yeah, I can only be the only one that would say something like that. There's somebody else I know. This one. Madalena. I don't know. She's doing the astrology on that one. She's got the astrology chart and I think she's gonna map it. I also have Jennifer Doulos' map and stuff done. We need to do that. So you have
Denise.
Yeah. So I had said the stepdad was involved. Of course, another Christopher. They reporter missing for 3 weeks. people think she's alive, but I don't. But I'm probably gonna pull cards and do some more work on that because I did a live on it and I don't remember what I got. I do think I remember that I felt like they were involved. But yeah, this is going on in court right now. But so we had her chart done up because I was like, oh, I'm being drawn back to that right now. Yeah. Yeah.
Tell.
Tell Denise. Is there a Denise here?
Don't be nervous.
I'm not nervous. It says, tell Denise you look the same. Like it came in backwards, but that's what it says. And Jen Doulos is coming up on 5 years, so that's another reason. Like I've had her map for a while. We just haven't gone over it because we kind of know what happened to Jen, basically, but she's far away. There's an area though I feel kind of sick, so I do want to do that. It's just getting together with my friend and like going over the chart because I can't do it by myself yet because I'll screw it all up. When did she go missing? What is this? She went missing from North Carolina. Heck. It said remains found. I don't understand why it's showing me that. When I clicked on that, that's what it took me to. It's freaking retarded. Why is it taking me to that? National Forest made a grisly discovery Saturday when they happened upon some human remains. The hunters noticed. Notified Madison County and contacted federal bureau agents and deputies hiked to the site.
Reginald.
There's Reginald again. That's Micah. Agents and deputies hiked to the state of Discovery in North Carolina mountains Sunday and began their investigation. FBI said Monday the remains were found in a rural area near Stackhouse Road, which is northwest of town Marshall. Stackhouse Road is not far from Lonesome Mountain Road, which is the spot deputies previously saw Diana, whatever. So Lonesome Mountain Road. I guess they didn't. I guess it wasn't her because we would have known, right? They still said she's still missing, so it must not have been her. Yeah. So must not have been her because I guess we would have heard about that. That was 2023. So how long has she been missing? Let's see. I'm gonna type it in. When did? Because I want to go over cases again with like cards and stuff, and then also with astrology.
Archangel.
Hello, Archangel. December 15th of what year? (2022). So it's been 2 years. This makes sense because I did that. Yeah. I don't know. We haven't gone over her chart, but I don't know. Yeah, I feel like he did it. Mom knows or whatever, but I don't think she's alive. I know they think she's we'll know with her chart. Should be able to tell you with the chart. I don't feel she is, but Yeah. I mean,
Chair.
we'll know. They keep saying chair. Oops. We'll know. Once we go over the chart, she's already had it done, so I don't know if I want to. I might just like pull some cards and try to see what I get, and then we'll see what what she did the chart. She wants to do the what do you call it? Mapping. We'll have a better idea. No, that's the I can't remember. That's a little boy.
Picture.
But they're not I don't think they're legal. Picture. Hello. I'm gonna get off here soon. I feel exhausted all of a sudden. No, I think they're just yeah, the mom like isn't legal or something.
Torch.
Hmm. I'm gonna get off here. I'm feeling like ooh, I'm so tired. The heat is like killing me. That's why like when I do lives and stuff, it's gonna be later because it's just so hot. Like even with my air conditioner, it's like 80 something in the house. It just drains me. It just drains me. And EVPs and all that drain me too. So I gotta do some cleansing and stuff though.
Have memories.
Yes. Who is this? That's something Rocky would say. If that's you, say something so I know it's you. I mean, obviously, you take 3 weeks to report someone missing. Yeah, it's only a little air conditioner. It's not regular air. It's the ones that vent out the window. So that and a couple fans, and it's 87 in here. It's better than what it was without it. It was in the 90s last year when I didn't have air conditioning. So there's lots of things I could use help on, but I don't like to ask anybody for help. So I'm gonna try to do questions tomorrow.
I passed peacefully.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, I have one like that here. I have one like that in the dog room and in my bedroom. And then I need one for Eli's room, but because that one broke out. But that's gonna have to wait anyways because I don't have electric in there. Yeah, I am. I am tired. Like I said, it's the heat. I was tired before I came on here, but I was like, oh, I want to come on, and it's like the day, so I wanted to come on and I don't know why.
We have eyes on you.
I'm sure you do. It's been tough. It's been a long couple weeks. It's been like one thing after another. Like the phone thing was hard enough, and then luckily my mom had a phone she barely used, and so I like moved everything over to that. But I was like irritated. It was like one thing after another, like that whole day, and then like I didn't get much sleep. You know,
Blonde hair.
blonde hair, huh? And then this whole thing with the electric. And I, like I said, like then I had the toilet issue that I think I fixed, and then the well issue. It's just it's been a lot all at once, but things could always be worse, I guess. At least I was able to. At least I have some kind of electric in the house, and I was able to put extension cords, but I do have to reschedule the spirit led. Everything happens for a reason. Like maybe I was too tired to do the spirit led, you know. Maybe it needs to happen at a different time. That's what I keep telling myself. So we couldn't get we were supposed to do the panel today because someone's gonna try to walk me through replacing the breaker thing, but I can't get the panel off because the screws are messed up, so I need someone to come drill it out. And I hope it's not like I don't need to hire an electrician because I have like all my bills due right now. And then the electrician, I don't even have enough to pay my bills and get the animal stuff for this week. So I'm gonna have to like I said, like do a live tomorrow or something. Although the heat is like draining me. You know what I mean? Like the heat is, it always does in the summer. That's why like usually everything's backwards for me, but I never gotten my schedule back to where it was once I started doing that last year where I was sleeping during the day.
What's in your hand?
Nothing. Thank you. Yeah. Just no one feel obligated, but if anybody wants to help me out right now, I could use it, but please don't feel obligated or think that's what I'm here for because it's not. I actually hate asking for anything. But there's a lot right now. I got to help my mom get her dog to the vet. I got to pay all my bills. I'm pretty sure my electric's going to last year my electric with these air conditioners were $400. It was $400 a month. Cuz I have to run it all the time. It's too hot. So, I don't know how I'm going to do that without doing private readings, but I just was burnt out. If I wanted to do my YouTube, I'm like 3 months behind on Patreon and TikTok and everything. Like if I want to do any of that, I just can't do it all. You know what I mean? Like I'm only one person. I only have so much energy to go around. And it's like everybody wants me to do all these cases, and I really want to focus on cases. Like I love it. I like to get better at it. I like to get better at location. I like to get better at the cases and understanding what spirit means. And I like to get better, you know, kind of putting it all together. And the astrology, I really wanted to study the astrology because it really does validate and it really does like,
My body is close by.
is it in the cemetery? You know, and I really like to just try to help locate some missing people. I mean, that's the whole point of like putting the astrology with everything, and the astrology validates the reading. And so if you don't want to believe me, you know, hopefully people believe the astrology and it aligns up, so it helps my confidence. I don't question and overthink too much. So yeah, no, I can't get it. I'm not gonna be able to drill it out myself. Sorry. No, it's not. And the I can hire a handyman to come do that for $20. Well, all that stuff's gonna be like off anyways, and it won't be going. So, but I have like a thick extension cord, and actually, one of the plugs in my living room does work
Book.
on that side. That's why I'm kind of worried. Book. I'm wondering if that's Rocky because I did write the book about him. But the one on the far end over there, where I have Zuri and I have her light, thank God. Which it's been too hot to really keep her light on anyways, but or a heat source, but that one works. So I was able to run an extension cord this way to plug in the TV. another fan. So I don't remember what I got in that reading. I don't. So I'd like to not watch it and see what I get, and then do the astrology for it. Because it was a live. I don't know how accurate my lives were. It's because lives are tough with, like, you can pick up on other people's thoughts and stuff, you know?
Joe. We have spoke before.
Sure we have. I get that a lot. Hello, welcome. Yeah, so that's like what my plans are. And I've got to get caught up on I've got to put something up on Patreon before the end of the month.
Attached.
So Patreon, there's only a few videos on there. Like I said, I was trying to do 1 or 2 a month and I got behind with all the private readings. Like, I'm only one person, you know? I get overwhelmed when people start asking me to do cases because, like, I don't choose the cases, they choose me. And I always pick them back up when I'm supposed to. So that's like Caleb. Like, I have his location. I don't know. Did they check the water? Does anybody know if they checked the water with boats and sonar in that area? I'm sure that they did. I would think they would have, but that's where it's pointing to between the reading and, like, he's got a stellium in Pisces. Like, just saying. So you guys have not watched the astrology for Caleb. A lot of people haven't watched astrology. They've watched the reading more than the astrology. I'm not really sure why, because I kind of dumb it down and just, like, tell you kind of what happened, but
yes, I'm listening.
It validates. Yes, you're listening. Who is this? Like, today's Sunday or Monday. I don't know. It just says attached. It says, yes, I'm listening to attached. We spoke before. Joe Book. Caleb Harris. The only lead is that somebody saw him under the bridge. It's not like a real lead. They haven't posted any, like, I don't know. My soda's hot. But yeah, I don't know. Whoever did this house, like, they didn't wire it right, and they didn't put, like, you're supposed to have those, anything near water, you're supposed to have those ones that trip. Don't have none of those. Yes, because it was done in the 70s. I don't know. But
I lied to you.
Who did? Yes, Jules. Like, I finally got caught up on my questions. Finally. Now I've got to get caught up on my products and yes, Jules, welcome. I'm glad to have you. Yeah, welcome to the Vibing with the Tribe.
Box.
I want to know what you lied to me about and who you are.
Residual energy.
Yeah, I gotta clear all that out. So yeah, like, I'm only one. Like private readings took a lot out of me. Like, I was working a couple hours a day just doing readings, and it gets draining. That's like I don't have anything else to do, like cases or anything on. You know, I have a lot of social media. I have, TikTok, YouTube, Patreon. And I haven't been able to keep up. And if anybody wants to look at
Thanks.
my merchandise, I'm gonna hopefully be getting new merchandise up. I don't know. For my management company, they want like the designs, and I don't really have any of the designs except for my logo. And what's in my bonfire, like they can make them better. But I do have the bonfire, and I do have a FFS shirt in there for F's sakes because people wanted it. So I do have merchandise too. If anybody's interested in that. I don't sell a lot of merchandise because I don't really know how to put it
Who
on
will
my
harm you?
channel or push it. You better not. Oh, well, Jules, welcome. I'm glad you can relate. I'm just, in the summer, just it drains me just because it's not cool in my house. It's like 87 degrees even with the air conditioner. So it's a lot better than 95 though. I'm so thankful for the air conditioners I have, but my air conditioner broke. I need a whole new thing. So there's a lot. I do have an FFS shirt, like it's on the bonfire. So I have a cup too if you'd rather have a cup and not a shirt. Exactly. So everything's fallen behind. Like I just don't have the energy after doing like readings like for a year and a half, 6 days straight, couple hours every day. Like it's a lot. So I've got it. My house is behind. I've got to catch up on my house, my yard, my goats. I've got to get them out more, hang out with them. My dogs all need baths. Like everything's been put on the back burner because by the time I'm done with private readings, I don't have time and energy. So I haven't had any time off. So that's why I'm kind of trying to do that. But it's been hard to switch over because I get my income from private reading. So until my YouTube really takes off, so liking, subscribing, commenting, all that helps. I'm kind of like stuck doing lives when I can and just barely making it. So
Come here.
come where? Yeah, it just drains me. Like it makes my eyes hurt for some reason. I like the heat, but I like to be able to escape the heat. I'm in Arizona, but I'm like in a more milder part of Arizona, but it's gonna be 94 tomorrow. So, I mean, I have the window, like not window ACs, but the ones that vent out the window. So I'm very thankful for that. Yeah. I mean, I would like to have a legit AC like I had when I moved in here that worked for 5 minutes and then broke. And my trustee that helped me get the house, she didn't do the insurance, so they won't cover it or nothing. So yeah, I need a whole new system. I had somebody come out. They fixed it for a little bit of time. It was working for a little bit of time, and then it broke. And he said this was only temporary. It got me through the summer, and then it broke. And then so no, I don't have like a heater or air conditioner that's like central.
Down.
That's central. I have like little heaters and little air conditioners, and they make it livable. So I'm thankful for that. I am thankful for that. I got one of those neck fans. It's all right. It's not that bad. Just like during the day, I'm just useless. I don't really know how it works, but any kind of boost is helpful really right now. Like I said, with me like switching over and trying to get more cases and like focus on missing people and doing that kind of stuff. It's tough because I'm not getting income from private readings. So it's basically I'm having to live off of YouTube and people that donate, and it kind of sucks. And lives. And so yeah. I mean, like I said, I have AC, but they're the ones that vent out the window. So they're not like central AC, but it's still like 87 in here. But that's better than 95, what it was without the ACs. So, and the other day I didn't have it at all because I didn't have electric in my living room. So I went to
My childhood.
Home Depot and got an extension cord run from the kitchen in here so I could have air conditioner. And then for some reason that on the far end works. It's still in the living room, but it's over there. And that one works, so I use that one. So I mean, I got through last summer. That's just it. As I relax, I have to relax during the day. I just have to, like, inside the best that I can. And then when it starts getting a little bit cooler, I'm gonna start letting the goats out. I have to watch them because Casper's not totally trained with them. So I haven't been able to be out there with them with all the private readings. It's just like I said, my whole life is behind. I'm just trying to catch up. Yeah, I just, I'm just trying to catch up on things I owe people. So that's my next thing is to get the things that I owe people done, as well as like trying to put stuff up here.
I feel very lonely.
And we're almost out of May, and I'm not making very much on YouTube. So anything on YouTube that you guys want to watch, and even if you just put it on in the background and like more people that subscribe, everything is better. Yeah, it's 80. It's 85 in my house too, I think, or 80 something. Yeah, I mean we get monsoons, but it's supposed to be 94 tomorrow. This week's supposed to be really hot. So my dogs might, well, I was gonna say they might be in with me tomorrow, but I actually have to run to town tomorrow. Neo's laying on his back. Oh my god, I want a picture of this so bad. I'm gonna have to take a picture of this. I can't handle it. Oh my gosh, I can't handle it. I love when cats lay like that because it's like not their normal way that they lay. My readings did pay enough, but I'm not doing private readings right now. That's what I'm saying. Like I cut off private readings because I'm burnt out and I have no time to do anything else. So, unfortunately, that's what spirit told me to do. So, because I'm trying to do, but I'm not doing. Yeah, no, I just did. That's what I was saying. I've done 2 to 3 hours of readings every day, 6 days a week for a year and a half. I can't get anything else done, including my house, including my priorities, including my animals, including anything on YouTube and whatnot. If I really want to grow my channel, I've got to focus on that. So and I'll do lives and stuff. People will get readings, but yeah, that's they won't go, and not all of them will go in the kiddie pool. The dogs outside do walk in it most of the time. I can't do window units. My windows don't close that way. That's why I have the ones that vent out.
I'm walking around.
That's why I have windows that vent out, or why I have the ACs that vent out the window, because that's the kind that's compatible with my house. The window units don't work in the way. I don't have windows that come down. My windows slide. Yeah, and you got to understand, I'm like dealing with everybody's grief, and not that I don't mind it, but and problems and stuff like that. So, I listen to a lot of tarot readings online. All of them told me that I'm doing switch up and it'll go work out good. I just feel like I need to focus on what I'm passionate about, what I'm meant to do, which is true crime. And I have to have the time and energy to do that. So I like can't do so much for, you know what I mean? Like it's too much. It's too much doing 2 to 3 hours of reading every single day and then trying to do cases on top of that, trying to run TikToks, trying to do lives, trying to do Patreon, do other things. Like I'm only one person, it's too much. So yeah. My dogs aren't fan of Rocky used to whistle. They're not fan of sprinklers and being sprayed. The big dogs get in the stand in the pool to cool off. Casper was really into the water last year, but this year he's not wanting to get in. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I have, you know, that I'm behind on stuff, Heather. I have been for a while, and I never meant to be that far behind on things. But like, you know, I love doing the products and stuff, but that's like an hour or two of channeling too. So that's why when I'm done with that, I'm not going to offer those anymore once I get those done. And then I'm just going to focus. I'm just going to offer just like random stuff for people to buy. But I'm only one person, and channeling takes a lot of energy. So if you're channeling people's loved ones for 2 to 3 hours a day, 2.5 hours a day, whatever it may be, how can I put an hour or two into channeling true crime, which is more draining? It's just I don't have the time to do it. I'm burnt. As much as I love you guys, as much as I love doing private readings and stuff, I'm like, I don't want to get towards like, oh crap, I have another reading today, you know? Like I've left some days open, like Wednesdays, and we'll see. If I have to open up more time, I will if it's not working out. And
My ashes are here.
I'll either switch back or I'll block off more time depending on how it goes. But I just started. So Heather, I'm trying, girl. I'm trying. I don't know if that was a bird or not. They might. So it's like I'm just one person. I don't know. If I want to grow my channel and really focus on true crime, then that's what I have to focus on. And I'll still do lives for people and stuff. You know what I mean? Like when I can, but just like energetically draining. I know, girl, but you're not the only one I owe. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just can't. And then we won't even talk about how behind I am on my houses and all the dogs and everything. Like I really have to get outside with the goats. I used to let them out all the time, and I just haven't been able to, and I don't feel right about that. And I have to watch them for now. So I worry about snakes too during the summer, letting them out. I don't know, but I want to start doing that in the evenings. So yeah. I just have been going, and I just don't want to feel that way about doing readings. Not that I don't love you guys. It just, like anything, it gets taxing. I know. Luckily I haven't really seen any, but like I said, it's October of last year when it started to get cold. I had that Western Diamondback come out, and I'm like freaked out. Like that's another thing, I need to get my yard cut. So if I can get a lot of stuff on YouTube and I can do well on YouTube, then I won't be so stressed. But it's just I have to get it going. You know what I mean? Because I'm not making that much on YouTube right now. Yeah. But like I always feel like, man, I don't understand why like I should be further along after almost 12 years. Because October it'll be 12 years. And I just feel like I should be further along. I should be more stable. I'm sure my animals keep me from being stable because all my money goes to them. But you know what I mean?
I like to talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna put more. I'll have more goat videos and dog videos and stuff like that. I'm hoping I'll have more time to like put those up because I have lots of the puppy videos that you guys will love, like his personality. Because everybody loves Casper. Like he had 12K views on his short. So you'll get there. We always move for a reason. It has been. And like I said, I owe 7,000 on the well. And it's like I feel bad because I have not paid that guy anything, and he came out here to make sure I had water. Like he was that much of a sweet man. You know what I mean? So yeah, I know, but it's just like yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I should be further along. I can't afford to take time off. I took a couple days and relaxed, but that's about all I can do. I wish
The
No.
witch is here.
the witch is here. I know, but I have to feed my animals weekly, so I just and pay my bills. Like right now is really tough because all my bills are due at once right now. I usually have been paying my car payment early, but I didn't even make enough for it this month on YouTube. So I've been living probably your life for 12 years now. You mean refocus, Tracy? I mean, I could relax more if I was like stable. Like, you know, if my income was stable, I could relax more. But unfortunately, I'm always hustling. Like, I always try to work for what I have. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, that's how I am. I'm a very hard worker. I work all the time. And I feel like I should work for what I have. You know what I mean? Girl, my feet won't sell. I tried to do that at one point. I don't know where to put them at. Hey, I thought about even doing OnlyFans. I mean, I've been there. I know. I've been put in timeout a lot lately. But bills don't pay themselves. Like I said, I don't know. This car is way better than the one I had. It helps me a lot more. I'm able to only have to go to town 1 day a week instead of 2 to get my hay for my goats. But it's more expensive, including insurance and everything. So when my YouTube isn't doing good, then I struggle. So I would like to get my YouTube to a point where I'm making enough to provide everything that I need for the month, and then I'll feel better. You know what I mean?
Andrea.
I just have to get there. Like, and it's going to start with uploading a bunch of videos. That's the only way I'm going to be able to do it. Yeah. Trust me. I mean, look at that teacher that became a millionaire on OnlyFans. The OnlyFans psychic. I don't know. I need to manifest more and stuff too. Like, I need to do that as well. But like I said, it's always like, I got to do this. I got to do that. I got to do this. I got to do that. And like Lizzie told me last night, she's like, your mind never stops. Andrea just came in. One light. I was like, what? I'm waiting for the light, dude. Like, no one's touched it. We had one spirit balls and some lights earlier, but since I've touched those lights, they haven't gone off. Oops, I did that. Make sure they're sensitive enough. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I'm go, and I still don't get anything done. I did Caleb for 2 days. Like, no one's understood how much work I did on Caleb. Just from the cards, the channeling, then editing, then channeling again, then the astrology, like 2 days straight Caleb.
I like it here.
Yeah, it was a bit more active earlier. Caleb was very active in that. Yeah, I don't know, I probably got her case completely wrong. And I saw somebody in comments say, like, well, you always say, I don't know, and I don't know, because I don't know. Like, people don't understand when you do this type of work, like, you're expected to be right all the time and be perfect all the time. And the thing is it's very hard to take what you're given and understand it, because
I died right here.
That's not good. But to take what you're given and, like, in feelings and visions and what you're hearing, and kind of put that into a story and understand it and perceive it correctly. And even the cards, I get drained when even doing the cards. People think that cards are nothing, but they're an extension of you, so you still take the energy to do it for them to be accurate. But like, that's what people don't understand, is you're expected to be right all the time. You can't be wrong. And you're also trying to understand that it's not your mind and it's from spirit. So when we say we don't know, we're still human. So we're still trying to figure it out and make sure we're understanding. And we never want to I don't anyways want to put out false information. Because, I mean, I don't either, but I'm just addressing it because I get that a lot. Because people say, like, what if you change, like, your thought process and say, like, you don't know? Because I don't really know. I don't know. I don't know everything. And I'm just a human. So I'm going to say I don't know, because I don't know if I'm perceiving it right. I don't know if I'm understanding it right. And I don't know if it's not my mind. You know? Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think I think like we're expected to never be wrong because we're psychic. We're expected to be superhumans because we're psychic. You know what I mean? That's just, or we're mediums or whatever, but we're still human. We have to just kind of take what we get and put it together, and it's not easy. And like I say, like with true crime, it's really hard because you're getting and feeling and getting all this stuff, but you have no validation. You have no one there to say, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that makes sense. Other than what you're getting from spirits, you have to completely try to trust it. And you have to make sure that you're perceiving it right too. You know what I mean?
Push.
Exactly. And that's the thing, is, like, no one's there to give you validation.
You will see me.
Because no one knows, you know? Well, I asked for the gift. After my husband passed away, like, that's what this kind of live was about, was because it was his Angelverssary, and because of going through that situation, that's literally in my astrology chart. That's what I was supposed to go through to get me to this point. I asked God for the gifts when I went to the medium, and the medium gave me the reading, and I felt the way that I felt. I wanted to do that for other people, so I asked for it. And that's when I was given what I was supposed to already, like, I had to ask for it. Like, we can be awoken, but we have to ask for our gifts and really want them. That makes sense? For spirit to be like, okay, it's time. Here you go.
I'm with my family.
That's wonderful. Exactly. Because, you know, like Idaho 4, everybody kept saying it was that person, that person, that person. And I was like, no, that's not what I'm getting. Like, it's not an ex. It's this person. This is what he looks like. This is, so people can say all the time, he's innocent, just like Rick Allen's innocent. No, sorry. Spirit does not full out name somebody.
You're respectful.
That's innocent. Thank you. I am respectful of spirit. So yeah, And I did the astrology to try to prove that, and you still have people arguing with it. I get so frustrated. Like, spirit speaks their truth and people argue with it. Or even the astrology backs up the reading and people argue with it. Like, sorry, but spirit's not going to fully out name an innocent person. They're not. They're not going to do that. And then people come, oh, he's innocent. BK's innocent. Sorry. 98% of the reading fit him. No. Spirit just called me respectful. I like when they do that kind of stuff. I'm like falling asleep. I meant to get off like an hour ago. So yeah. But I noticed like the forensic astrology isn't getting as many views as the readings, and I don't know if maybe people aren't seeing it. I'd like to know how to link it, because I don't know if you guys have seen like on tarot readings and stuff. I don't know if any of you guys watch that, but they like have their reading and then they have like, oh, click in that click right there on the video and it'll take you to the next one. I put it all in a playlist, but for some reason I don't know, it's kind of annoying it's not getting more views, because the whole point on the astrology is for location. Like Caleb's location is on the astrology, and the astrology backs up the reading. So
Anywhere.
oh, thank you, Tracy. That means a lot. I just like the astrology because it just literally gives me the confidence to be like, okay, well, I got this. This is what the astrology says and it matches. You know what I mean? It's hard, girl. It's a lot. Like, I've been studying this for weeks and I'm still lost a lot. I know a lot more than I did before, but it's I do better by like doing charts and stuff. So we do the charts together and that's how I'm learning. It's like super warm, but I don't care. I'm just drinking it. But that's another thing. Another reason why I wanted to not do private readings, because I can't focus on the astrology and learn that. And I feel it's really important because Spirit told me to. Because I was really struggling about location. And they're like, well, learn forensic astrology because it'll help like validate what you're getting in your readings and areas and stuff. And then it'll validate like is someone on land or on the water. You know what I mean? Like it'll validate all that stuff for the most part. It's accurate depending on how well you can read the chart. The pew pew just came in. Whatever. Hi, Andrew. Welcome. I think we got up to are we at 27? Let's see. What's our count now? 27.7 now. So we went up. Hello. Yeah, it's not. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to learn the astrology, but I needed time for it because I didn't have time for it before, you know? Yeah, I know. That's why I wanted her to come on the channel, because I was trying to get her to know people.
Presence.
Or people to know her. Yeah, I'm just trying to follow Spirit, because they were like, learn forensic astrology. Because I was so frustrated with location. Like, I still can't always tell when location is, because it's hard to know what line to follow sometimes. And I was so frustrated, but in order to narrow it down, you know. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Below. Nicholas.
I got Nick and Caleb. I got a lot of names in Caleb's reading. I don't know why. His reading was so weird. I like questioned it the whole time, but I mean his astrology chart matches. I don't know. I kept thinking like, did he just get high and fall in the water? But it's not what his astrology chart says. So Yeah, I'm only one person. Exactly. I have a lot of people ask me, can you do this case? Can you do that case? Can you do this case? Can you do that case? It's like, I appreciate that people want to know what I have to say.
Abandon.
But, I'm only one person. I'll never be able to work every case. I'll never be able to help everyone. And now it's like, Spirit's like, the cards help because they help open me up and they help get me going on a path, and then I can sit and channel. And I had people say, like, I don't like the cards, but the cards are an extension of me. They're like a tool. So as a medium, I'm not going to get everything, but the cards, I mean, if we look at what they pulled on Micah, like, holy crap, all that stuff that I pulled on the cards on Micah came out before any of it came out, and it was all accurate. So if you're already psychic and you're using cards, it's just an extension of you, and they're going to be accurate. They've been accurate so far. Like, as long as you perceive them right. You know what I mean? I keep saying book. I don't know. No, she's cool. I love Chastity. We actually got to get back on our show, but she had a lot going on, so we didn't do it for a bit, but we got to get back on it. I mean, and it's not, it's like helps me open up, and it also gives me extra information. So that gives me extra information. Then I feel more confident going into the channeling of the reading, because I'm not going to get all that as a medium. You know what I mean? Like, I'm only a person. I'm only going to get so much. I'm not going to be able to get everything. And so, especially trying to learn how to channel myself, I'm trying to evolve and learn how to channel myself. And it's not easy because I'm not having anybody else's energy to jump off of. It's hard to channel this way. You know what I mean? So between the cards, the channeling, and the astrology, you get this really big picture and really validating picture. So I'm trying to kind of like do it all. I want to use every tool that we can, because my focus is not what people like. My focus is giving spirit their voice and giving accurate information and trying to locate, people. That's the whole point. So, and the astrology will help me with, sometimes I can't tell if someone's alive or not. So that'll help as well. But I mean, that's the whole point, is to tell their story and to give them, put the most accurate information out there that I can. Lizzie's been lately, she's been telling me, Rachelle, you're overwhelmed. Stop. Because I'm an Aquarius. My mind doesn't stop. She's like, all the time, it's either this case, this area, that area, this person needs help, this question needs answered. Then you have your bills and your animals, like, you're overwhelmed. She's like, you need to calm down. And like, your mind doesn't stop. I'm an Aquarius. My mind does not stop. Like triple Aquarius. My mind does not stop. So, unfortunately, exactly, you get what spirit wants you to know. But at the same time, like, using tools and bringing the tools in was all spirit guided. I didn't buy those cards on my own. They put me in that direction, and we're all trying to evolve. And like I said, I'm trying to evolve, and I'm trying to like do what spirit wants me to do. You know what I mean? And get all their information out and get as much accurate information as we can. Like, the cards end up being really accurate. I mean, look at Micah's case. All that stuff was said in the reading, in the cards, mostly, before it ever came out. I mean, we even go back to Matthew and Savannah. It was all there in the cards, and I didn't completely perceive it right. Yep. And I didn't used to be like that, but I am always on the go, for real. Like, I'm always doing something, and my mind doesn't stop. So she's like, you're worrying about this, you're worrying about that, you're worrying about your bills, and blah blah blah. And I was like, I know, Lizzie, but And I try not to, because I always tell people you can't like worry, you're in a low vibration. You gotta manifest. Like I need to take my own advice. I gotta do that. But so that's something I gotta work on too. Yeah, and then the ADHD, it doesn't, you're right, that doesn't shut off either. So there's that situation.
Usually.
But the heat, like, I'm surprised I even came on today because the heat's killing me. I think I only had about 5 hours of sleep too, so I just hope the hay place is open tomorrow because I forgot. I mean, it's a holiday. I didn't get there on Saturday when everything happened. Yeah. I don't know. So she tries to ground me, which is good. You know, we ground each other. Actually, been talking about me moving to Pennsylvania to be by her. Maybe, who knows? It would be nice to have a friend and be by a friend. You know, maybe one day. I mean, that's just what I was taught. I mean, that's what I was told. So I don't know. I mean, just because you dream in color doesn't necessarily mean you're clairvoyant, but that and vivid dreams are a sign of clairvoyance. Yeah. Like, because she's like, my husband can help you with this and that and this and that. And we joke. She's not here anymore. I think she went to bed, but we joke about like he has 2 wives.
I hear you.
And she's like, he can help you with this, and I've got friends that can help you with that. Yeah, I mean, it just depends. It depends on, how finances go, everything goes, what goes on with my mom, because I'd have to take her with me if she'd want to do it. If I could get there, be with all the animals, if I could make a place that's warm enough for them, like, there's just a lot to consider, but I would really like to. I lost electricity in half my house. The only reason I have electricity right now, and it was like 80, it was like 90 outside, and so it got really hot in here because I didn't have extension cord, and I didn't think about it. So I lost my internet's in my son's room, and it like goes through the wall. That's where he wanted it hooked up at when he lived here. So I can't move it. So that's in his room, and he lost power in there, so I couldn't do anything. And then I lost power.
Are you frightened?
No, I lost power here in the living room, which is where everything is. It's where my workstation is. It's where my no Amish. It's where my air conditioner is, and all my fans and everything, my TV and all that. So I started freaking out because I had a spirit led. It was too hot in here. I couldn't hook everything up. At that time, I didn't even think, like, I took an extension cord to go from the kitchen to my son's room to plug in like the internet. So I had internet because I lost my phone last week, and I have no service on my phone. I'm getting a new SIM card tomorrow, and I should have my service hooked back up. But so without internet, I had no one. Like, I couldn't get a hold of anybody. So I'm like, what am I going to do? I started freaking out. Try to flip on the switch like 10 times. It wouldn't work outside. So I took a long extension cord that I usually like plug heaters into, took it from the kitchen and all the way into Eli's room. And yeah, it all started when I lost my phone. And then I plugged the internet in, so I got the internet on. And then what else happened? Then I didn't have anything to like plug the air conditioner in, so it was like 95 in here. I was like, well, I better go to my mom's and get my phone hooked up, right? So I Googled how late is Cricket open on Saturday, and it said 8:00. So Lizzie called me in the meantime and was trying to talk to me about what I needed to get while I was in town to fix the electric problem. She has an electrical, like, an electrician that's a friend of hers. They're going to try to talk about it over the phone and try to get me to change it myself with him talking to me. And so she was trying to tell me what I needed. So by the time I left here, I didn't get there till 7:15. I'm like, okay, no problem. I'll be able to get to Cricket and fix my phone. They close at 7.
I like the forest.
They closed at 7. So much for closing at 8. So that made me mad. I was like, oh man, I just came over here for nothing. Because I usually go to Mom's on Sunday. I'm usually not here on Sunday. Usually at Mom's on Sunday, but instead I went yesterday because I needed to get supplies. I needed to get an extension cord and all that. So I thought about the extension cord when I was actually driving to my mom's. So I got an extension. I thought about it. I'm like, oh, I could run an extension cord from the kitchen to the air conditioner. Duh, Rochelle. And then I found out that one was working today. So that was a blessing. So that's an extra plug. And then I had some other extension cords. So that's why everything's going, because it's running from the kitchen and also from that plug that works over there. So yeah. And then I went to go get the panel off today because I was talking to the electrician, and guess what? The panel won't come off because the screws are messed up. So I have to have a handyman or someone come drill it out. And I couldn't do it with him on the phone and turn off the electricity. We were going to have to do it hot because when I turn off the electricity, I turn off the internet, and I had nobody to talk to tell me how to do anything. So I have to hopefully, get my phone hooked up tomorrow, and it may be safer to turn it off because they're like, you're going to have to do it hot and you'll just have to be careful. There's my light. So that's
Jeff.
what happened the last couple days. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Rocky gave me the idea to
He doesn't like visitors.
get the air conditioners. Or, I mean, get the air conditioner. Get the extension cord for the air conditioner. Yeah, I don't have a family. So, but I'm glad you got out of your situation, Jules, if it was a bad one. I mean, my family, I can't say I don't have a family. I have my mom and my aunt, but like they're older and they're worse off than I am. So I have no one to help me. I got to do everything myself. I can't say no one because I have my community. I have a great community and they help me as much as they can. And I'm so appreciative. So I've been on my own for 12 years. Basically. My son has been gone for 2, meaning not gone, but like, I can't say that, 1.5 years, I guess, because he lived here for like a few months. But he wanted to stay in California with his dad, and then he moved out. He was out here with his girlfriend for a while, and then he decided he wanted to follow her back. She broke up with him. He got stuck in California, and that's where he's at right now. So I've been on my own without my son around. He's 19 for a couple years, but everything I do on my own. I don't have any friends out here. I don't have any men to help me. I try to get people like through the Nextdoor app. So yeah, no, they fall apart when you try to twist them. They're completely stuck. They're not coming out. They need to be drilled out. They're rusted. They're rusted and stuck. So they're rusted, and when you try to take a screwdriver, like it strips it. All right, we need to be positive here. Whoever's on the spirit box. The light went off a few times though. That's pretty active. No, you're all good. Hey girl. I know I got to get off here. I need to go lay down. I'm tired. I actually should have got off a couple hours ago because I want to get out my hedgehog tonight. He's 19. He's 19. No, my neighbors, they're not helpful. No. So I told him when he moved out there, like, don't follow her. She's going to break up with you. Listen to your mom. She's psychic. He didn't listen, but guess what? I was told, Mom, you were right. It's sad. I liked her, but whatever. Things happen for a reason. I've already seen who he's supposed to be with in the future anyways. So I've had his astrology chart done and stuff. I just hope I've sent it to him. I hope he listens to it. Yeah, and that's the only thing about like moving to PA too is being so that far away from him. And
We have spoke before.
why does it keep repeating that? Like that's a long way from California. So that's the only other thing is I don't want to be that far from my son, but I don't really see him. Like, even I mean, he's living his own life, you know what I mean? And I asked him, I was like, "Hey, what if I moved to PA? Would you want to come out there with me and like work for Lizzie's husband because they do landscaping, and you could do whatever else you wanted to do." And he's like, "Oh, I've already got plans." I'm like, "Okay." And then he's like, "Well, what about Mima and Aunt?" And I said, "Well, Mima was thinking about going. She doesn't like it here, and I don't know. I'm sure my aunt would go with her, maybe." I don't know, but yep. Oh, I tried to tell him. I mean, I loved her. It's sad, but I knew it was happening. She didn't even try out here, so I knew she just didn't want to go back by herself. So, but live and learn. Maybe he'll listen next time, just like maybe my mom will listen next time when it comes to me telling her there's gas in the house. I don't know. Like his astrology chart is and he's supposed to do music. So hopefully he does that. He's going through something medically right now that's stressing him out, but I don't know. I would love to be next to Lizzie and have a friend like sister, instead of being by myself. It'd be nice to like be able to go have barbecues and hang out and stuff and be around her kid. It would just be nice. And I think Lizzie and me are stuck with each other for life. Like she's like she's like a sister to me, like that. So these new lights go off pretty good. They look blue on TV, but they're on the screen, but they're not. They're white. So I don't know. It would be nice to be with her, be near her. My mom's open. I think she's open because she likes like water and green, and that's how it is in PA, but it's like really cold. So, I would like to be near her because I don't have any friends here. It would just be nice to kind of enjoy that part of my life. She loves animals. We could hang out with the goats together. Like, I think it would just be really cool. So she's like trying to talk me into it. And I'm like, well, it depends because it depends on like if I could sell this house, if I'm getting anything else from my, the trust, if I'm able, like if I
We like investigators.
Really? Is that what you're calling me? We like investigators. They've never said that before. Like it just depends. Like if my YouTube does better, if I start financially doing better,
Spanish donkey.
I would like a Spanish donkey. What chocolate? What chocolate are you talking about? Probably. You're probably here for a reason. I mean, Vibe attracts the tribe. I don't know. Is it telling me I need a Spanish donkey? No, the only thing is if me and Lizzie got together, we'd have a freaking farm. She's already saying like we need a mini horse, we need a donkey. They don't allow kangaroos out there. I was like, you gotta move to Arizona if you want a kangaroo. No, that's never come in before. Thanks, Phoebe, and
Beware of the man.
welcome. It's nice to meet you. Oh, I don't care. Like I said, I attract psychopaths anyways. So I try to stay single. I told Sheila she lives by a reservation. I was like, as long as I said do some investigating and hook me up, but no
Victorian.
no no psychos. Maybe if someone else picks them. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't love me because I'm into technology. Yeah. I gotta go get hay tomorrow for the goats. I needed to get it on Saturdays. I do too. I've been single for 12 years. I love it. I love it. It would be so nice to like be next to one of my most favorite people in the world. So I mean, I've been single for so long. I feel like I got bit by something. I don't know what I would even do. You know what I mean? Like I'm so focused on my career and my animals. Like I really don't have time for anything else anyways, and I don't have time for the drama. So, but it would be nice to be, like I said, be with one of my favorite people in the world. It would be nice. For sure. We'll see. We'll see what the future holds. All my tarot readings say I'm gonna move. Yeah, you don't have the drama about worrying about what they're up to and all that, for sure. Yeah, she probably did. Her and Sheila probably both went to sleep just fine. I'm gonna have to get off here. I don't know why I got on rants. I don't want to put out where
Amelia.
I don't want to put out where she lives. It's a small area though. No, I get it. And my astrology chart totally speaks for attracting those type of people. You got to change your energy anyways. And like I always say, if someone's meant to be with you, they'll be with you. They'll come in your life when they're meant to come in your life. We'll see. I've been told for years, but nothing. Well, of course, they're not dropped on my doorstep. So it doesn't really matter. Like I'm happy with whatever's meant to be, you know? Yeah, I mean, we'd have to have acres because of the goats. So, and I don't even know, like, that's a long way to move everybody. Like, how would I even let the dogs out to go potty? That would be crazy in the middle of that. So, definitely.
Deride.
But the thing is my deride. What kind of word is that? My ley lines go here, so I'm supposed to be in Arizona. That's the only thing. My ley lines go here in Oregon. Like I'm supposed to be in Arizona. So I don't know. Oh yeah, Lizzie's a bad example. She's a very bad what do you call it?
We won't hurt you.
I know that. Like she just agrees with everything. So if I want to bring home whatever I want to bring home, she would just say yeah. Do it. Bad influence. Yeah, thank you. I can't think straight. Like she's an animal lover too, so she gets me because that's what I love about her. I know. I told her, I was like, you got to move out here because I'm supposed to be in there. Like my ley lines go here, but I don't know. I don't like the cold either. That's another thing. But like I worry about my animals freezing to death. You know what I mean? Even if I had a barn. So I don't know. I would be really cool to like be able to like, go do things together and have barbecues and hang out and like she said, if I need some help, she send her husband over. He's already knowing he's got 2 wives. She's she's already told her. Like he's like, I don't know how I could handle this.
Sun.
Like SUN, not SON. I like technology too much. Right. Well, I'm trying to get her out here like soon. Like we don't have the money. Like if I could get the money together for a plane ticket, I want her to come out. I'd like to have her out for her birthday, like her and my mom's birthday in July. So you never know, maybe. No. Ellie has not found her. I did an astrology thing for
We live on.
summer recently. I know you do. I know we do. Yeah, we'll see. I'd like to get her here for her birthday's July 30th and my mom's is July 2nd. So that would be kind of cool. Get her here sometime around that. But I don't know. We were joking yesterday about getting together and what kind of trouble we could stir up. Yeah, check out the astrology chart, Phoebe, if you haven't already for summer. I did it recently. It's very interesting. Just I did find out that something interesting about that makes that chart wildly accurate. The Aries line goes straight to law enforcement officer's property, which is basically where it said it would go. So I'll just say that, and then you can watch the astrology and see. She's just well hidden, like in a well, mine, ravine, hollow, whatever you want to call it, something like that. I really think a well, honestly, like an old one. Mm-hmm. And the moon mom is the one that did it, but there was somebody else there. I explain it in the thing, in the astrology chart.
I'm losing energy.
I'm sorry. Me too. My neighborhood isn't really. How far we got to go to get in trouble? There's a bar like 7 miles away. If we wanted to go to the border, we're an hour and 20 minutes. We could go get in trouble at my mom's. It's an hour and 20 minutes. Or there's another bar in Wilcox that's like 20 minutes away. So, but we could just go down the street. But we were laughing about going over the border. Because I know some friends that live. I actually do know a couple people that I met out here when I sold my car that live by the border. And right there, like you walk across, and I guess there's like all kinds of like places to eat and stuff. I was like, I don't know, Lizzie, we might end up walking across the border.
Happened here.
Yeah, I'm not talking like the well I'm talking about like the old school wells. It would be a place that they knew, yeah. I don't know. Ryan has my map.
You seem familiar.
I am familiar. Ryan has my map, but I think she's well hidden, you know. I used to think that she was like on the property, but it says 1.3 miles on the astrology map because it goes by degrees. But we did it's miles to degrees. So Well, if I could get her out here, we're gonna have some. Well, obviously we're gonna go ghost hunting and stuff, but we're definitely gonna.
Real.
Well, my friends are there. They said it's fine. Like they would go with us. They said it's actually just like right there, right over that part of the border. That it's just like restaurants and stuff. Like they do it all the time. You just walk over there and walk back. So, and there's like old. I've seen old people like walk over here and go back. I don't know. Because I kept telling them, you guys are trying to take me over there and sell me, and they're like, no,
Do
there's
you
just
understand?
little restaurants right there. Charlie's 4. It's just an app. Do I understand what? They were turning on that light for a little bit, weren't they? And then they stopped. Yeah, he's such a sweetheart. I love him to death. I got him a bat for T-ball because he started T-ball this year. And she's like, your bat's lucky. Like, he just welled it. And I was like, I know. I sent it to him. Of course it's lucky. And it happened to be red, his favorite color, which I didn't know at the time. A terrifying mess. You seem familiar. Real? Yeah, I had that on earlier. But it's just hard to, on a live, like, figure out what's being said. You know what I mean? It's all right. It's like more like the real spirit box, but we used that in the tombstone one. If you haven't seen that paranormal video, that was pretty cool. I used to have the hope one, and then but yeah, I would like to have the portal to use with, I don't know.
The forest is home.
I don't know what the difference is, but I know, but I would have to like go there for investigation. I can't really go anywhere like other than local. Depends on where it is. Yeah, they're written down somewhere. The cat spilled my energy drink before the live, and it got all over my
Should
papers,
be scared.
but... Come on, what's going on tonight? I'm not scared. You should be scared. I'll send you to the light. All right, well, I think I'm going to get off for real now and go lay down. I need to lay down for a minute. I'm tired. I know, mine too. Terrifying mess for sure. I wonder if it was saying like
Mabel.
Mabel again. That's my dog's name. I get that name a lot. I wonder why.
Three children here.
3 children here. Yeah, I'm feeling tired. I actually want to get off a while ago and I didn't, so. It was nice to meet you, Jules, and thanks everybody for hanging out tonight and chit-chatting and all that. Goodbye, Spirit Box. And I will see you guys later. Okie dokie, artichoke. Okie dokie. Hold on, I'm looking for the ending.